Mr. President, good morning. We are ready to begin the meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is May 26, 2021. We are holding today's meeting electronically via Zoom. However, I would like to note, similar to last month, we have some board members and senior leadership physically present in the boardroom. Per Governor Pritzker's latest disaster proclamation, we are permitted to have no more than 10 people in person for our public meeting. I am Miguel del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us today. Regular meeting of Wednesday, May 26, 2021 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome?
Here.
I'd like to note she's present in the boardroom. Member Melendez?
Here.
Thank you. And I would like to note she's present in the boardroom. Vice President Rivelluri?
Here.
Thank you. And Member Todd Breland?
Here.
And I would like to note she is present in the boardroom. Member Truss?
Here.
Thank you. And I would like to note that Member Truss is present in the boardroom. Member Sotelo?
Here.
And President Del Valle?
Here.
And I would like to note that President Del Valle is also present in the boardroom. I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO. She is present in the boardroom. Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel. He is present in the boardroom. Dr. Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, and she is present in the boardroom. Lindy McGuire, our Acting Chief Operating Officer, and she is present in the boardroom. And also Tia Hawthorne, our Honorary Student Board Member. Thank you, Mr. President.
The order of the meeting will be as follows: honoring excellence, CEO remarks, committee updates and announcements, public participation via electronic format, presentations. The presentations will include AUSL management and residency agreements, charter and contract schools proposed amendments, and fall opening updates. Discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, closed session, reconvene after closed session, and then vote on executive session items before we adjourn. Today we are saying goodbye to three extraordinary people. We will start with our honorary student board member, Tia Hawthorne. We start with her because she has to take an AP exam today, and we want to get her to that exam. We don't want to in any way mess up her schedule here. It's very important. Today is Tia's last board meeting as the honorary student board member. She will be a senior in the fall, and after high school, she will be attending college. We are deeply appreciative of Tia's commitment and service to the Chicago Board of Education. Tia, you are a remarkable young lady. Your comments have been insightful, and you have been truly helped, and you have truly helped to elevate the student voice in your time here on the board. I particularly have appreciated your eagerness to participate and desire to make a real impact. To show you our appreciation, we have a resolution on the agenda, and a copy of the resolution was delivered to your school and given to you by your principal. We'll also hear from your assistant principal today. Thank you on behalf of all the board members for all your work this school year. Best of luck to you. Would you like to comment about your experience as a board member?
Yes, thank you so much, President Del Valle and board members. When I first applied for the position of honorary student board member, I didn't really know what to expect. The world was a very different place than what we once knew, and everyone was adapting to different practices. But within being the honorary student board member for this year, I found a lot of normalcy, and I really appreciate that. I learned so much about the world around me, and I'm so glad to say that I will be leaving my position with a whirlwind of knowledge, connections, and most of all, friends. With that, I want to thank every person who has supported and reached out to me in any way during this school year and my time here on the board. It has truly meant more than you know. I know the work of the Honorary Student Board member isn't quite done yet, and I can't wait to see what our next Honorary Student Board member has to offer. So again, thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, and I really can't wait to see what happens next.
Thank you, Tia. I'd like to ask the Assistant Principal, Lane Edwina Thompson, to comment on Tia as a student, Lane, and her role as our Honorary Student Board member this year.
Thank you so much, President Devalle. First, thank you so much for allowing me to come. And Tia, I just want to speak directly to you. We are so incredibly proud of you. I believe you know that, but I want to say that publicly. And we thank you for all the work you've done this year, being an Honorary Student Board member. And I know you're just a junior, but with having such a heavy load with your AP classes, as you have one test today, we do wish you luck. But more importantly, I can't wait to see what you're going to do in the future as you represent Lane Tech, as a fellow alum with me, our School of Champions. So thank you so much, Tia. And we appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you, board members, for inviting.
Thank you, Assistant Principal Thompson. I'd like to ask Board Member Rome to comment. She worked closely with Tia throughout the year and did some very, very exciting things, worked on a number of activities, and she would like to comment. Board Member Rome?
Thank you, President Devalle. Tia, the partnership that you offered us as board members has been extraordinary. I want to thank you for challenging us by really modeling and demonstrating your fearlessness. You have stepped into every challenge that was offered to you this year as an Honorary Student Board member. And as a result of that, have really powerfully used your voice in so many ways. And equally as important, you've created a space of challenge and care for other students to do that as well. And you have modeled through beautiful facilitation, storytelling, and sharing your own values and beliefs in ways that have been extraordinarily powerful and have left an impact on us as adults and certainly on the students that you met with in your role. I'm going to be forever grateful for your partnership, and I'm going to be cheering you on and celebrating you long after your tenure as a board member is done. Because we'll still be benefiting from the spaces that you created for students. And as a result of that, our work will be stronger and better. So thank you so much. I'm very, very, very grateful for the opportunity to work with you.
Thank you, Board Member Rome. Any other comments? Dr. Jackson, would you like to comment?
I would. Thank you. I was waiting for the board members. First, I just want to thank Tia for being an awesome representation for students across the city. Like everybody else on this board and anyone who's tuned in, I've been impressed with just your advocacy, the way you represent yourself, and really the selflessness. You approach this role the way we want students and everybody to approach this role, which is to think about how can we make things better, not for ourselves, but for the people in the communities that we represent. And there hasn't been a single time when you when you raised an issue when it was about anybody, and it wasn't about you, I should say. You were always advocating for students to have a better opportunity and to be afforded the same opportunities that I believe you've been afforded in this school system. So I look forward to seeing what you do. I know you'll go on to do great things, but I'm just proud to say that you are a part of CPS. So please keep in touch, keep us posted on what you do. I'm pretty sure we're going to see you on the other side of the table, pushing and fighting for what's right for people here in this city and across the country. So congratulations and good luck today on your AP exam.
Yes, and I think all board members are anxious to get Tia going to prepare for AP exam today. Again, thank you for your service, Tia. We look forward to introducing the 2021-2022 Honorary Student Board Member at the June 23rd, 2021 board meeting. Again, Tia, thank you for your work, and you are brilliant. We are so proud of you. Thank you, and lots of luck on the AP exam today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Continuing, today marks the end of an era. Today we salute two of the district's most respected employees, Dr. Latanya McDade, and it sounds good to call her Dr. Latanya McDade, and Arnie Rivera. This is Dr. McDade's last board meeting with CPS, and Chief Rivera's last day was last week. These two dedicated public servants have given so much to CPS, we couldn't let them go without honoring their excellence. First, Dr. McDade, and I will read a resolution in their honor, starting with Dr. McDade. Resolution honoring Dr. Latanya D. McDade, Chief Education Officer at Chicago Public Schools. Whereas after serving the Chicago Public Schools for 23 years with faithful service and dedication, Dr. Latanya D. McDade is departing CPS, the nation's third largest school district, to pursue other endeavors. And whereas Dr. McDade served most recently as the district's Chief Education Officer, where she oversaw all CPS academic departments and initiatives while supporting district principals and network chiefs in their leadership roles. And whereas as Chief Education Officer, Dr. McDade's key responsibilities have included improving and supporting all aspects of academic growth, social and emotional development, and college and career readiness for more than 340,000 students. And whereas through her collaboration with CPS leadership, the Board of Education, the Mayor's Office, and our school communities, Dr. McDade has helped ensure equitable access to safe, modern facilities that support teaching, learning, and high-quality academic programs for every student. And whereas Dr. McDade spearheaded the launch of Skyline, the district's first ever digital PK-12 standards-aligned and culturally responsive curriculum, and oversaw the implementation of key district initiatives, which includes the Chicago Roadmap, a formal comprehensive partnership between the Chicago Public Schools and the City Colleges of Chicago, the expansion of free and full-day pre-K for all 4-year-olds, and the district's high school strategy, a comprehensive roadmap that builds upon the district's 5-year vision by outlining specific strategies, goals, and commitments to increase opportunities, outcomes, and support for high school students to achieve critical benchmarks. And whereas prior to her role as Chief Education Officer, Dr. McDade served as the Chief of Teaching and Learning, where she managed all core academic departments and oversaw the design, implementation, and evaluation of instructional programs and services for CPS teachers and administrators. And whereas during her tenure with CPS, Dr. McDade also served as Chief Network Chief, where she led the transformation and expansion of instruction-centered programs for a diverse portfolio of 37 elementary and high schools, yielding the highest NWEA gains in literacy and math across all networks in the district for grades 3 through 8. And whereas throughout her career with Chicago Public Schools, Dr. McDade worked as a visionary, collaborative, and mission-driven leader with a proven track record of creating positive change and the ability to inspire confidence and trust through shared ownership of strategic priorities for advancing student outcomes. And whereas Dr. McDade will be remembered as a devoted leader who worked tirelessly to ensure all students and families have equitable access to high-quality education opportunities needed to be successful in college, career, and community while being competitive in a global 21st century society. And whereas Dr. McDade will be missed by our colleagues and friends at the Chicago Public Schools and the Board of Education, now therefore be it resolved that we, the President and members of the Chicago Board of Education, this 26th day of May, do hereby extend to Dr. McDade our heartiest congratulations and offer our gratitude for her contributions to the education of the children of Chicago. Be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to Dr. McDade. Board members, any comments? As Stella goes over and presents the resolution to Dr. McDade.
Mr. President,
Board member Truss.
wow, it's been a blessing and a pleasure to have a front seat pretty much throughout all these years, Dr. McDade. And it's amazing why you accomplished all that. You was able to, you know, kind of squeeze in a doctorate. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. So I just want to thank you. I'm quite sure that my colleagues and we all, you know, all the CPS family have the same sentiments in reference to your years of dedicated service to the children and families in the city of Chicago. And excuse me, those of you who are, you know, while I'm looking back and forth, I just wanted to look at Dr. McDade and you know, deliver it personally to her versus, you know, so forgive me for that. But again, thank you for your dedicated service.
President Del
Yes.
I too just wanted to offer my deep, deep gratitude to Dr. McDade for her decades of time in the system. And I think about you starting your CPS education at 71st and Morgan and ending your time with CPS here today and all that you have accomplished in that time. And just, I'm fogging, what great pride we have as a district in you to be a student from our district and dedicate your life to serving students just like you is inspiring. As a Black woman, it's inspiring. And I'm just so proud to have been able to have, as Dwayne said, a front seat to see that in person. And as someone who advises dissertations, to lead through this time and also finish a dissertation and defend, I mean, the pride just couldn't be greater. And we are so grateful. And I know all through up and down our system, folks are grateful for your leadership, and to be led at the highest levels of this district by educators is something I take immense pride in. And so just very grateful for your enduring service and best wishes on your next position. You know, we're proud that you're going on to lead. And I think I told you I have family out there, so I'll connect you. When you need a home cooked meal, I got you.
President Lyon.
Member Sotelo.
Yes. So I know that we have a lot to get through, but Dr. McDade, I couldn't be more proud of everything you stand for, starting with and ending with your unrelenting focus on the students and always being focused on making sure that every single student in every single community gets the best quality education, no matter what the obstacles are within or across. And so that is the one thing that I take in partnering with you throughout this process and the many challenges that we've had to address. But it was so great to see. Obviously, you are an exceptional educator and you have tremendous credentials. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the people and what they stand for and the unquestionable integrity and focus on making sure that every student has a chance, no matter what the obstacles are. Is certainly the thing that stands out the most. And thank you for your resiliency. Thank you for putting up with all the challenges and more importantly, addressing the challenges. And certainly Virginia is lucky to have you. And if you ever want to come home, the door will always be open, certainly from my point of view, because you are a tremendous asset to this community, to the city, to the students, and certainly the Virginia organization that pulled you in is getting a great one. And so it's our loss and their gain, and will truly be missed. Thank you.
Member Melendez.
I will be very brief, but I join in what my fellow board members have said. And just want to add, Dr. McDade, that you leave a legacy of integrity, of commitment that every board member and every person in CBS, has to follow. Thank you for everything that you've done, and you will be very much missed.
President Del Valle?
Yes, Vice President Rivelluri.
Dr. McDade, as Dwayne mentioned, you also fit in a couple marathons. I think that's just a testament to how you approach your dedication to students as well. It is very bittersweet that you're moving on. The leaders you've built at the district, at networks, at schools, the improvements you've led in instruction and in curriculum, that is our consolation, that those will continue to be with us even after you have moved on. And I second Lucino that don't feel like you can't return home.
Dr. McDade, I've known you from different vantage points before being a board member, so I feel so lucky to have gotten to know you even more in this role. In every one of those, you have led with courage and conviction and a commitment to make sure that every student in our system has access to an amazing learning opportunity, and you're leaving such a powerful legacy there. I also don't know how you've managed, in addition to the marathons and writing a dissertation, I know you have spent many nights with care and concern and just working tirelessly. You still manage to enter every room like a breath of fresh air when all the rest of us look incredibly weathered. So I don't know your secret to holding up as magnificently as you do and to pushing on as hard as you do. But folks in Virginia are so lucky to have you, and I'm forever grateful. And one last quick thing, I've been talking to lots of people in these last few weeks about the transition, and it has been so heartwarming. I've taken notes I'm going to share with you about all the things that people have said about your leadership and the impact it's made on them. So thank you so much, Dr. McDade. You'll really be missed.
I want to also add, Dr. McDade, that I was impressed with you from day one. And one of the things that impressed me the most was, and Board Member Rome touched on it, was your calm demeanor under some very, what I felt were some stress-filled situations. We're going back to the strike, we're going back to the beginning of the pandemic, the implementation of remote learning. I mean, the list goes on and on. And I can understand why the school district in Virginia decided to bring you on. And I'm, in a sense, proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that that the district in Virginia feels that you have done so well with CPS that they also want to really benefit from your talent, from your commitment to children, and everything that you have to offer. So yes, if you want to come back, you can always come back. The door is wide open, but we're proud that you're moving on into a new leadership role that is going to take full advantage, I think, of everything that you have to offer. And I thank you truly for the 23 years of service to CPS. It's amazing. And I know that as Board Member Rome indicated, there are a lot of people out there, many, who are very grateful for your leadership and your contributions over the years. Dr. McDade, would you like to comment at this time?
Yes, thank you so much, President Del Valle. I would like to share some prepared remarks. I want to thank Dr. Jackson, President Del Valle, and the entire Board of Education for such a heartwarming and moving tribute of my life's work. It's hard to explain the mix of feelings coming at me right now as I prepare for this transition. As excited as I am about the next chapter, leaving CPS will be like leaving a piece of my heart behind. I have worked my entire professional career and called CPS my home for 23 years. And before that, it was the place where I grew up, spending my childhood on the south side of Chicago, in Inglewood, on 71st and Morgan. It's also the place where doors of opportunity first began opening for me. CPS is a district that has shaped so much of who I am. And I am leaving CPS feeling proud, accomplished, and most of all, grateful. Grateful to you, Dr. Jackson. Over 5 years ago, you gave me the extraordinary opportunity to serve beside you, first as the Chief of Teaching and Learning when you were the Chief Education Officer, and then as the district's Chief Education Officer during your tenure as CEO. You are the quintessential leader who always remains poised, courageous, and graceful. I have learned countless lessons from you about leadership and about the kind of passion that it takes to move mountains for children. We are no doubt leaving this district stronger than we found it, and I will always be grateful to you, Dr. Jackson, my colleague, my boss, my sister, and my friend, for giving me this opportunity to serve. To the Board of Education, I want to thank each of you for your unwavering commitment to our children. I know and understand how challenging your roles are. It's a tough job with very little thanks and no pay. And it comes with so many sacrifices. And I admire the way you each remain grounded in your core values. I thank you for your support of my leadership, for your thoughtfulness, encouragement, and for always challenging me to maintain a level of critical consciousness to ensure equity remains at the center of every action and every decision that's made for our children. All that we have accomplished has been with the support of so many talented leaders and educators. And I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to our network and academic chiefs and our amazing central office teams. I am so grateful to the extraordinary principals and assistant principals who lead our schools and who it has been my great privilege to support. I have special affection, of course, for the leaders of Network 11 and Network 12, who I worked directly with and learned so much from during my years as both a deputy and network chief officer. But it's truly all of the district's principals and assistant principals who have inspired me year after year. I've said before that our principals and assistant principals are the heart and soul of our school communities. As poetic as that might sound, it is a role that comes with the heaviest of responsibilities. But whatever the challenge, our school leaders see their role as a calling, and they never back away. To our principals and assistant principals, it has been a joy to lead with you and help guide your work. I appreciate your support and tireless commitment, and I sincerely hope that you always felt supported and valued by me in my role as network chief, chief of teaching and learning, and chief education officer. I strongly believe the magic happens in the classroom. And I am so grateful and humbled to have had the chance to work with so many extraordinary educators, including our classroom teachers. To our teachers and school support staff, thank you for loving our students fiercely and for seeing the potential for greatness in every child, no matter their race, zip code, or country of origin. I have also been moved by our partners from the business and philanthropic community to Mayor Lightfoot and our city agencies for their relentless commitment to Chicago's youth. To the CPS parents and families, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for entrusting us with your children. And finally, to our students like me who have sat in the seats in CPS classrooms, please know that serving you for these past 23 years has been the great honor of my life's work. In every role I've played, my focus has been the same: to make our children believe they could achieve anything, and then to make sure that they had the tools to go out and conquer those dreams. I have learned extraordinary lessons from the students, families, colleagues, and partners who have walked beside me on this journey, and I will carry those lessons with me wherever I go. In this way, CPS will have a permanent place in my heart. Thank you all for the opportunity to serve Chicago's children.
Thank you, Dr. McDade. Dr. Jackson?
Thank you. I was going to save my remarks until later, but I can share them now. And I'm going to get in trouble from LaTanya for crying, because that's the number one thing she says to me all the time. I'm getting an echo. I'm not sure if everybody's on mute. But thank you for allowing me to collect myself. First of all, I want to thank Chief McDade, LaTanya McDade, T. Mac, all of the names that some of them you all don't know. Like she said, I consider her my sister. I feel like we're partners in crime. Thelma and Louise, my husband says Cagney and Lacey. Some of you aren't old enough to know that reference. But it's hard to do this work. It's been an honor to do this work. But I feel incredibly blessed to have done it with people that I love and also trust, like LaTanya and Arnie. A few things I wanted to share. First, I want to just tell a story about LaTanya, where I think our relationship really, started to blossom, and where I developed the immense respect that I have for her to this day. It is a funny story, so hopefully that'll stop me from crying. But I was a new network chief, and sorry, this is going to make CPS look bad because I didn't get trained on how to evaluate principals. And so I was getting ready to do principal evaluations, and I was about to do them incorrectly. So I was in the restroom. LaTanya and I shared an office space, and I had all these binders stacked up, and, thank God the Network 9 principals didn't get whatever I was about to do in that with all of that paperwork. And I remember I was coming out of the bathroom with LaTanya and trying to gather all of my things. And she looked at me and she said, "What are you doing with all of that stuff?" And I said, "Oh, I got to do an evaluation. There are 26 competencies, and I need to make sure I have evidence on each one for the 28 principals that I was leading and managing at that time." And she just looked at me and she, explained to me that that wasn't the way you're supposed to do it. And she just stopped what she was doing and sat with me and walked me through the process. And I just remember being grateful, because you don't all the time get people who, number one, are willing to help you and, make sure you don't make a mistake. And that's just been who she's been throughout this time. And so it was an easy choice to ask her to come on board to be the chief of teaching and learning. LaTanya, I don't care if you get mad about me crying up, don't tell my story. It was easy because she's always had my back. And the thing that's most important about LaTanya, and I don't know if I've ever said this to her, she was the first person that I ever worked with where I felt that the passion, the unrelenting passion for kids, especially Black children, was matched. It was just matched, and we were connected from the beginning with that. But the thing that impressed me the most is she was willing to outwork anybody. And I always thought I had that number one spot until I met LaTanya McDade. So everything that people have heard in this presentation about all the work that she does and still manages to work out, she tries to get me to do that more often. She hasn't been successful. All of that is who she is. I don't know where she gets the energy or the time from to do all the things that she does, but it's amazing and remarkable to watch. And the fact that she does it all with excellence and grace and poise is even more remarkable. So I just want to say to Latanya that your legacy here in CPS is cemented. You keep talking about your life's work like this is the end, but we know it's only the beginning. You absolutely deserve an opportunity to lead, and the children and the families in Prince William County are so lucky to have you. Equity in action is what you and I always talk about. We don't talk about equity because it sounds good or makes us feel good or, keeps conversation going at a coffee shop or a cocktail party. We always talk about how do you operationalize this? And the work that has been done with Skyline, to me, is transformational. The work will make it clear this is what students should know and be able to do at every grade level in every subject. We've never had that in this school system. And it is my hope that that helps us move beyond the culture of low expectations that have historically plagued public education for Black and Brown students. And it was an incredible lift in order to get that done. I want to thank you, everybody on your team, all of the teachers who lifted that up and supported it. And as we walk out the door, that's one of our greatest accomplishments and yours for leading it, because we know we're leaving our students with a fighting chance in order to achieve the American dream. I also want to say thank you for proving that it could be done. We haven't talked a lot about the work that you did in Network 12 as a network chief, but anybody who wants to go back and revisit that time, there's been no other network chief in the history of Chicago Public Schools that moved as many schools from level 2 and 3 to level 1 and plus than Latanya McDade. And the school is predominantly African-American. The network of schools are predominantly African-American and Latino students, and you proved that it could be done for our students. So thank you for embodying that. Thank you for all of your hard work. And more importantly, thank you for working on behalf of our kids and really pushing people to believe that they are worthy and proving that it can be done. So I expect you to do great things. And of course, I'll still be there every step of the way to watch you grow and be successful. I thank you and I love you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We're going to now proceed to read a resolution in honor of Arnaldo Rivera. Arnie Rivera. Most people know him as Arnie, but his first name is Arnaldo.
And his middle name is Felix.
Okay. That I did not know.
he always gets mad when I say that. Sorry, Arnie.
Okay. Arnie has either started or is about to start his new job. So he wasn't able to be with us today, but we're still going to read this resolution highlighting his work because he deserves it. He deserves this recognition from our board and CPS. So the resolution reads, whereas after serving the Chicago Public Schools in the city of Chicago for 16 years with faithful service and dedication, Arnie Rivera has departed CPS, the nation's third largest school district, to pursue other endeavors. And whereas at the time of his departure, Arnie was the chief operating officer of CPS, whereas as chief operating officer to the Board of Education, Arnie's commitment to the well-being of our students was always his North Star. And whereas Arnie led by example, emulating the CPS vision and challenging his colleagues to work tirelessly to provide a high-quality education for every student in every neighborhood. And whereas because of Arnie's guidance and perseverance, during the unprecedented pandemic, more than 40 million meals have been served to our students, and our youth have received devices and access to no-cost, high-speed internet to ensure that they could continue to learn remotely. And whereas Arnie also led the efforts for the safe return of our school students and staff members to our buildings, and whereas Arnie oversaw increased transparency, accountability, and equity in capital funding, ensuring that capital dollars were spent in neighborhood schools in areas of the city that needed them the most. And whereas Arnie Rivera also served as the Chicago Board of Education member, where he's provided sound advice during challenging times. And whereas during his previous tenure at CPS, Arnie served as Chief Policy Officer, where he oversaw the planning, development, and execution of state legislation and municipal ordinances that impact Chicago's public schools. And whereas Arnie also served as Deputy Chief of Staff to the CEO, where he was responsible for the planning and execution of the full school day initiative and the expansion of the international baccalaureate programs in Chicago's high schools. And whereas Arnie also served as the district's budget director, where he was responsible for developing and maintaining the operating budget for CPS, totaling more than $5 billion in annual spending. And whereas Arnie also served on the teams that successfully negotiated several collective bargaining agreements with the Chicago Teachers Union. And whereas an educator at his core, Arnie's passion and commitment to Chicago public schools began with his role as a first grade teacher at Walt Disney's Magnet School. And whereas throughout his career with CPS, Arnie Rivera worked as a mission-driven leader with a proven track record of excellence. And whereas he will be remembered as a strong, collaborative leader who cultivated authentic relationships, worked passionately to develop others, and navigated large, complex systems. And whereas Arnie Rivera will be missed by colleagues and friends at CPS and the Board of Education, now therefore be it resolved that we, the president and members of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago, this 26th day of May, do hereby extend to Arnie Rivera our heartiest congratulations and offer our gratitude for his contributions to the education of the children of Chicago. Be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to Arnie Rivera. Board members, any comments?
Mr. President?
Member Truss.
Well, just real brief, inside joke, Dr. Jackson, you know, we always like to joke about how we first, my wife and I first met Ernie. And Joe, I think statute of limitations should be over with when you strong arm a person into a vehicle, right? So we met Ernie, and we've known and developed a friendship with him since then. And it just a testament to, you know, the type of person Ernie has always been. He's always been consistent, always open-minded, always willing to, you know, have a conversation, no matter how we have vehemently disagreed on a lot of issues over the years. We've always maintained, I like to call it a friendship and a very cordial relationship. And he will be missed greatly, especially for all what he gave to the district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Jackson?
Wait,
Oh, excuse me. I thought I heard Member Sotelo.
yes, and again, I know that we have a lot to cover, but so I guess I should start by acknowledging Dr. Jackson here, right? So the testament of a great leader is the type of talent that you develop, that you bring in. And you know, the leadership that we have here, not just in the top three, but the bench strength that we have is second to none. And Arnie is certainly at the same level. He is also a huge loss to the district. I spend a lot of time with Arnie because of the capital portion, right? So we go really deep into the capital, to the nth detail, down to the student level, to ensure that we have equity distributed. And oftentimes he's ahead. Not only is he ahead, but he's institutionalized that, back to Dwayne's point, right? So that it is not dependent on one individual. And it can't be, and it shouldn't be. And so the great work that Arnie has done, you know, and I view Arnie and Latanya similarly, because they're partners in crime, right? Because you really can't execute the progress that we've made over the last years without having that kind of collaboration to ensure that we address all the challenges. And let's face it, we know we have challenges. The thing is it's not about complaining and whining about how we got to those challenges, what we're going to do about them, right? And how we're going to improve them. And so that's where I feel that Arnie, and again, he did the same thing in building a strong bench strength and a strong team underneath him to ensure that we're able to institutionalize all those issues that have historically plagued the district, but that we need to fix, right? And I know that he's partnered a lot with Maurice in this process as well to ensure that we are building equity into the process to make sure that this remains a core part of how we manage capital. How do we allocate capital? How do we keep clean and a clean school and maintain it? We all realize that we've had some challenges there. Certainly he brought it up to me as well and said, you know, here are some different ways that we're thinking about to solve them, right? And so having that kind of overview at the macro level and yet enough expertise at the detail level so we can go through school by school and ensure that we are optimizing the capital, that we are making good use of the dollars that certainly you know, we have as a fiduciary responsibility to optimize, but more importantly, it goes back to the students, that each student has access to the same capital, the same school environment. Are we there? Absolutely not. Are we on the way to get there? Yes. And we still have a long ways to go because there's a much more demand on that capital that needs to be addressed. And certainly the path and the vision that he set and the team that he put in place to continue to go and continue to address it is second to none as well. So Arnie, thank you for all the great work that you've done. And more importantly, institutionalizing those practices to ensure that they continue, as we still have a lot of work in front of us, to ensure that, listen, we're never going to get all the capital that we need to address all the challenges. So we're always going to continue to make sure that we optimize every single dollar. And so the fiduciary responsibility that you demonstrated for our children and for our kids and for our taxpayers is phenomenal.
Can I quickly say something? I know, you know, we already have long meetings, but it feels important as our leadership is moving on to sort of re-emphasize, I think, a point that a couple of my colleagues have made here. First on Arnie, Arnie's just a remarkable person. Arnie can talk to anyone. Arnie can talk you through anything. He is solutions focused. And can navigate just a variety of environments in ways that seem seamless, but he's tenacious with it. And I think those are all things that I've certainly learned a lot from. I think also, just as other people have mentioned, the ways that he has built a team around him and advanced that work. And finally, just to sort of pick up on that point about all of our leaders, I think one of the things that's been really encouraging about talking to folks at all levels of the institution over the last month or so, is that we are a leader-full district. There are leaders all over this system, and our teachers, our school-based staff, our students, our network chiefs, our network staff, principals, APs, central office staff, chiefs at all levels. This is a leader-full district. And that's a credit to the leadership at the top and the ways that they have institutionalized practices that would encourage that. So on the one hand, I think we all have a certain sense of loss of you all moving along, but also such an immense sense of pride about the ways that you have built leadership at all levels of the institution and fostered that leadership, and such that we're in good hands with the folks who are here. So thank you all for that work. And thank you to all of our leaders who are still here in the system, continuing the work that the folks who are moving along to their next chapter have started.
Thank you. Member Todd Breland and Member Sotelo. Arnie is a true believer in public service. And so he has been in leadership roles, not just with CPS, but outside CPS. He, as the resolution describes, has been in several positions within CPS and did a fantastic job in each one of those positions. So even though he's left us, as I said to Dr. McDade, Arnie, the door remains open for you. And if you want to come back, or when you want to come back, we'll take you. Solution as Dr. Breland, and can I call you doctor also?
Look, I
Todd
earned that
Breeden.
degree, President Del Valle. I put my time in. You can call me doctor all day.
Dr. Todd Breland, as she indicated, Arnie is a solution-oriented kind of guy. I don't recall once when Arnie said to me, well, we can't get this done. It's always, he was always talking about how we get it done and what the options are. And I already really appreciated the laying out of options and different strategies. It always told me that he was always thinking things through in a thorough manner. And so that's what a leader does. And I certainly appreciate that. So who knows, maybe someday he'll be back with us. So once again, good luck, Arnie. We wish you well. I think you may have already started your new job where you're once again in a leadership role. And your new employer is going to benefit immensely from your talent and from the experience that you gained with the many years with CPS, beginning with your experience in the classroom with first graders. So, Dr. Jackson.
Yep. Thank you, President Del Valle. And if anyone's familiar with Arnie's tenure at CPS, you know that he will be back. So we are all taking bets on that. But seriously, I've known Arnie for over 15 years, and our relationship started when I was a principal and he worked in the central office in the budget department. And you know what, everything that you've said about him is true. He cares. He's strategic. He's a problem solver. And that's how we developed our relationship. And so it made total sense as I was assembling this team to bring together people like Arnie who care about schools, knows how important it is to make sure leaders have the resources that they need to be successful. And I'm sure we could have a parade of leaders come in this board meeting today and tell a story about how Arnie helped them out. I know I have several of them. He also helped me out in the role of chief ed officer and CEO. He stopped me physically a couple of times for making huge mistakes, and we'll have to tell those stories 20 years from now. But he is thoughtful, whip smart, and he always helps us to find a resolution where everybody's satisfied. I think that's his greatest strength. He's also a parent. And I believe that in all of his decision making, he puts that at the fore. And I hope that that's a part of his legacy. It should be, as well as what Board Member Sotelo pointed out earlier. The work that he's done around capital planning in the district is remarkable. And while we're still improving upon that, and I know that there are still places where we have to do better, I think that Arnie has truly embodied equity in that work. And if you look at the capital plan for the past few years, it's evident there in the data, in the fact that underrepresented communities have been prioritized under his leadership. And I know that's a fact that he is incredibly proud of, and it's a fact that I am proud of as well. The last thing I want to just say just about this team, since it's the last opportunity to highlight all of us together, I have been overwhelmed by the support that we have received as a team. I personally refer to us as the dream team. I think it's the best team in CPS. I'll let other people argue that, but I'm going to continue to stand in my truth on that. And, you know, throughout the past few weeks, I've heard, you know, common themes around, you know, the fact that people think we're fair. People think we're competent. People think, you know, it's inspiring to see a talented team that is diverse with Black and Latino leaders and women. So proving that, you know, there is no ceiling for anybody. And that's something that I think all of us take seriously. But I hope the thing that we're remembered most for is being a team that gave a damn. And that's how I think about our team. Every time we were faced with a problem or a challenge, the competency was there, the problem solving was there, the strategy and all of that. But what was always present, and I hope that this is a part of what the new team brings to CPS, is care and compassion and truly giving a damn about the kids in Chicago Public Schools. So I hope that that's our legacy. I hope that's what we're remembered for. And again, I want to thank Arnie and Latanya, as well as the entire executive cabinet team, as well as the other central office leaders and leaders throughout the schools that have worked extremely hard on behalf of children every single day. So thank you. You have my, I am forever grateful for all of your hard work and the work that you will continue to do for our kids.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We'll now transition here. I'd like to address the CEO transition. First, I would like to encourage all CPS stakeholders to complete our survey by June 4th, 2021 to help the district determine the qualities, experiences, and priorities that are most important to our staff, families, and community partners. The survey can be found on the CPS website. Secondly, I was very encouraged to see that we've had over 1,300 people sign up to participate in focus groups related to the CEO search. We are updating the CPS EDU website on a weekly basis to give you the most up-to-date news on our search, and we continue to do that throughout the entire process. We will now move on. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Thank you, President Del Valle. Good morning. As we do every month, we will begin today's meeting by recognizing a few standouts from our CPS community. The first is Betty B., an 8th grader from Parkside Community Academy and the district's newest junior high chess champion. Betty also placed 35th out of 562 competitors in this spring's qualification round for the U.S. Chess National Online Scholastic Championships. It's hard to believe, given her great success, that Betty started playing chess less than 2 years ago. Betty and her fellow CPS chess players completed their entire season online this school year. That season culminated with the championship session on March 20th, where Betty said she could tell if she would conquer her opponent within the first 5 moves of each match. Betty credits much of her success to Mr. Howard Fishbein, who she has named the coach. Mr. Fishbein, who began coaching chess in CPS schools 20 years ago, serves as both a special education teacher and the chess coach at Parkside Elementary School. He describes Betty as a motivated self-starter with natural curiosity, and his approach now that she's developed her skills is simply to get out of her way and let her work. I thank Coach Fishbein for the positive impact he's had on Betty and on so many of our district's young chess players, and congratulate Betty on coming so far in such a short time. Betty, would you like to tell us a bit about your experience playing chess this year and what you are looking forward to with this game in the future?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I just like to say thank you for this opportunity to come and express my gratitude towards Mr. Fishbein and how much of an impact he's made on my success in chess, and that this is only the beginning, and I will attempt to continue to be wonderful, and I'm very grateful for this.
Thank you so much, Betty. President Del Valle?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Betty. And I love the fact that you started out by thanking the teacher, the coach, Mr. Fishbein. You've acknowledged, you've recognized the importance of his role in getting you to the point that you're at today. But you had to be receptive to his coaching. You had to accept his lead. And so this is a lot about you also. And yes, it's a lot about the teacher. And you have a wonderful teacher there who's done great work over the years, and I commend him for that. But this is your accomplishment, and I congratulate you for it. And I'm sure that you will continue to excel in a game that I've always, from a distance, have looked at it as a complicated game. You've mastered it already. And at the 8th grade level, you've mastered it. So congratulations, wonderful, wonderful accomplishment.
Thank you.
Okay, we will be moving on now. I want to really thrilled to congratulate 4 of our educators on receiving the Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. These outstanding teachers were selected for this honor from a record-setting 708 nominees. The first is Erin Cole of Decatur Classical, who goes above and beyond by leading committees, mentoring students and teachers, and constantly finding ways to make her school's culture more inclusive. She is also a passionate advocate outside the classroom, which instills in her students the desire to do good for their communities and advocate for themselves and others. All of this is in addition to Erin's unparalleled teaching abilities, which her colleagues describe as setting the tone for excellence at Decatur Classical. Next is Ashley McCall, a 3rd grade teacher at Chavez Multicultural Academic Center, who has proven that children are never too young to be involved in civic engagement. Ashley's students always have a voice in her classroom, and she prioritizes creating space for them to share how local and national news events affect their thoughts and feelings. Ashley also empowers her students to take action within their communities, a recent example being a project to educate others on the importance of the 2020 US Census. Then we have Quinlan O'Grady of Schmidt Elementary, who uses yoga, meditation, and calm classroom techniques to create a positive learning environment that focuses on the social and emotional well-being of her students. During the pandemic, Quinlan learned how to develop highly collaborative online lessons, particularly in the area of social science, and has made it a priority to design culturally responsive instruction and establish classroom routines that are reflective of her students' unique cultures. Finally, we have Reginald Spears, the music teacher at Bronzeville Classical School, who showcases the heritage of his students by selecting culturally responsive music for their instruction. Teaching music remotely during the pandemic created new challenges, but it only seemed to bolster Reginald's creativity. For example, he created an instrument loan program for his 3rd grade students so that they could develop strong technique while learning at home. I congratulate these 4 exemplary teachers on this tremendous honor and thank them for the transformative impact they are having on their students and school communities. I would like to now invite each of our 2021 Golden Apple recipients to say a few words.
All right, I've been asked to unmute. Does that mean I'm first? Okay, I didn't know which order we were going in. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley McCall. Thank you so much, Chief McDade, and sending all the gratitude and appreciation for your service and for the way you've really paved the way for other educators like myself, for other Black women like myself. So I appreciate you and Dr. Jackson very much. Thank you to the board for the invitation to spend just a few moments with you. When I got the initial email from Elizabeth telling me that I would get a second to say something, I thought about how impossible it is to lift up all of those who are responsible for my receipt of this honor in such a brief time. I am so incredibly grateful for the recognition and for Golden Apple's commitment to recognizing the work of educators and school leaders. You know, when I talk to my friends and colleagues in the trenches, we often reflect on how, you know, there are just hours and hours and hours, as you know, in CPS of sacrifice and commitment that go unseen. And we sacrifice because we love our students, because we believe in our students and our families and in each other. But it feels good to be seen and celebrated. And I sincerely hope that everyone that's been a part of my journey feels celebrated as well. I want to say that part of what keeps me motivated is the opportunity to impact the education landscape, both in and outside of the classroom. So getting to organize with fellow CTU members, with Illinois for Educational Equity, impacting policy with Teach Bless, all of that has highlighted the power and importance of teacher voice for me. I believe that teachers are organizers, we are policymakers, and I look forward to continuing this work on the ground level with my other honorees and everyone who, might not be honored in this specific way, but let me tell you, is so integral to my journey and the experiences of our students and families. The last thing I'll say is that I've learned that teaching takes risk. I believe great teaching takes risk. I believe that playing it safe does not push our students to new heights. It doesn't push our own professional development. So I want to say a heartfelt thank you to students like Henry and Aiden and Tanaya, families like the Bridges and the Herreras, school leaders like Ms. Reeves and Mr. Dassinger, colleagues like Ria and Nicole and Sheila and Celie and Lindsay, and people I couldn't possibly squeeze in fast enough, who have pushed and encouraged and made way for me to take risks for the betterment of my students. So I leave y'all with love and gratitude and challenge you all to take the risks that are necessary to serve our students in the way that they deserve to be served. I am going to, I think, pass it to Quinlan O'Grady at Schmid, but it also looks like Aaron might be unmuted. So I'm going to let y'all decide who's going next.
Thank you, Ashley. I am actually introducing Aaron, so I will go first. Thank you. Firstly, thank you to Dr. Jackson, Dr. McDade, and the CPS board for this opportunity, and congratulations to my fellow CPS Golden Apple Award recipients. It's an honor to share in this moment with you. As Ashley mentioned, my name is Quinlan O'Grady. I'm a second and third grade teacher at Schmid Elementary in Network 12, where I've been teaching for the last 10 years. I'd like to note I also had the pleasure of working under Chief McDade during her tenure over Network 12. Chief McDade, congratulations, and you will be greatly missed. It was my pleasure to work with you. Considering the challenges of the 2020-2021 school year, the honor of receiving a Golden Apple Award took an even greater meaning for me this year. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to my principal and mentor, Andrea Black Evans, my colleagues, and the extended Schmid family for their unwavering support and love during my time at Schmid, but especially throughout this process. It goes without saying that the resiliency and commitment of our team, our scholars, and their families allowed us to learn and grow in ways I never imagined possible. I'm so grateful for my scholars, seeing their little smiling faces on Google Meets and now a few in person, because I know that they're smiling behind their little masks, is really what kept me going and kept me focused and determined to be the best educator possible for them during this extremely challenging year. Lastly, thank you to the Golden Apple organization. It has always been my personal and professional goal to help prepare the next generation of educators, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to do so. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce my fellow Golden Apple recipient, Erin Cole of Stephen Decatur Classical Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Thank you, Chief McDade and the entire Chicago Board of Education for welcoming me today. I am Erin Cole, second grade teacher at Decatur Classical School. Growing up with two parents that were both teachers, I always knew I wanted to be a teacher. My parents showed me through their hard work and dedication that teachers and education truly make the difference in the lives of others. It was amazing sharing the Golden Apple Award surprise moment with my 85-year-old father after not seeing him for a year due to COVID-19 restrictions. I am honored to be a 2021 Golden Apple Award recipient. I congratulate my fellow CPS Golden Apple teachers and give a heartfelt thank you to my principal, Marisol Negron, Yolanda Luna Miraz, and all the Decatur teachers, students, parents, past and present, for their encouragement and support. I look forward to helping mentor the next generation of teachers in the Golden Apple Scholars Program. Thank you so much. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Reginald Spears from Bronzeville Classical.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to President DeValle, Dr. Jackson, Dr. McDade for allowing me to come and speak today. It has been a complete honor to receive the Golden Apple Award for Teaching Excellence. As a Golden Apple Scholar, it's always been my goal to achieve this award, and it is so great to have a full circle moment and show all of the great things that the Scholars Program does for the future teachers of Illinois. And I love and I'm honored to be a reflection of that, excuse me, of the Golden Apple Foundation. I want to say thank you to the Golden Apple Foundation for not only believing that what I'm doing is excellent, but believing in me at the very get-go of my teaching career and allowing me to experience some things in teaching that I know that a lot of teachers don't get to experience very early on, and have those teaching opportunities very early and understand what it means to be a really great teacher. Congratulations to my fellow Golden Apple recipients. I know that you are feeling exactly what I feel. I want to say thank you also to my parents who, you know, without them, none of this would have been possible. They pushed me, they believed in me as an educator. And I think that it's so important for me, having won this award as a Black male teacher in elementary school. You don't see a lot of us, and I want to be at the forefront of that and encourage other Black males teachers to teach in the elementary school level. It's so important for us to see ourselves reflected in those of us who are teaching. And I know I didn't have any Black male teachers when I was going to school. And so I wanted to be that for someone else. And so receiving this award and being able to be recognized for the teaching that I do has just been the biggest honor that I could possibly have. And so thank you again for everyone allowing me to come and speak today. And thank you to Golden Apple. And I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. McDade. Thank you so much.
President Del Valle, would you and the board like to share remarks?
Yes, thank you, thank you. And first of all, Aaron Cole, Ashley McCall, Quinlan O'Grady, and Reginald Spears. You are the best of the best, as recognized by the Golden Apple Foundation. I congratulate all of you. I'm inspired by all your remarks. I'm inspired by the mention of parents and grandparents and the statements regarding the need for teachers to be leaders and to fight for change. And I think that we have lots of folks like you in our system, in our CPS system. We have excellent teachers throughout the entire city, and not all of them are recognized. But what your recognition does is that I think it inspires them to work even harder. And so thank you for being an inspiration to us and an inspiration to our teachers throughout the system, because of course, the ones that we want to be beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries of your motivation, of your knowledge, of your skills, of your commitment are the students of CPS. And that is what is happening in your classrooms on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for your work. Any other comments?
Can I say something quickly, President Del Valle?
Dr. Breland?
Hi, thank you all. I'm so moved by listening to you all this morning and deeply touched by the testimonies that you've provided us. Thank you for your risks that you take in the classroom. Thank you for the passion that you bring to the classroom. Thank you for continuing a legacy of multi-generational teaching through your continued practice in this field. The story of Golden Apple Scholar to Golden Apple Award winner is so inspirational, Mr. Spears. And I have to say, I have been fortunate to see Mr. Spears' brilliance up close and personal, and it is breathtaking and amazing. And I'm so grateful for it as a parent, as well as being a board member. But I also am thinking about Ms. McCall's push, and this is the truth, so thank you for telling this truth, that these stories are all across our district, that this inspiration that our educators are bringing to our children is all across the district. And so thank you all, of course, our award winners here today, but all of our teachers during this wild year and change, but during all years, for really inspiring our young people and for advocating for our young people and pushing all of us inside, and as Ms. McCall noticed, outside of the classroom too. Teachers don't stop being teachers when they leave the classroom, and so many of us have benefited from those who continue to practice their craft outside of the classroom as well. So thank you all so much.
Okay. Dr. McDade?
Thank you. Thank you to each of our winners for all that you're doing for our children and for being such great colleagues for your peers. We salute you. May is an Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, also known as AAPI, which presents an opportunity for students to explore the significant contributions made by the AAPI community. This is especially important now, given the recent wave of anti-Asian hate that we have recently witnessed across this country. As educators, responding to hate is our moral imperative, and part of that response must be working toward a more inclusive curriculum. To support that effort, the CPS Department of Social Science and Civic Engagement has curated a collection of professional learning resources that educators can use to help students learn more about the AAPI experience. Our hope is that this guidance will help ensure that the histories and stories of AAPI people are honored and uplifted in our classrooms, not just in the month of May, but throughout the entire school year. I'd now like to touch on some exciting transitions that are coming up for our students, beginning with our youngest learners. The application period for pre-K programs for the 2021-22 school year is now open, and we want to see as many 3- and 4-year-olds as possible in our classrooms this fall. Parents can go to the chicagoearlylearning.org website to apply and to explore their options from the more than 600 CPS and community-based programs that meet the unique needs of their children. Next is the transition for our 8th graders who recently received their Go CPS offers and are now looking ahead to high school. As in previous years, the vast majority of students were matched with one of their top choice high schools. And what is particularly exciting this year is that we nearly doubled the number of diverse learners who received offers to our selective enrollment high schools. This is a key part of our long-term high school strategy and an important step toward our goal of creating a more equitable and inclusive district. To ensure our diverse learners can be successful, CPS is providing $2.5 million in funding to support the hiring of additional teachers and case managers in our selective enrollment high schools. We are also investing $7.5 million in new high-quality academic options as part of our 3rd annual academic program request process. These programs will enrich the education of thousands of students, the vast majority of whom are Black and Brown children from economically disadvantaged communities. These investments in STEM, world language, and the fine and performing arts will help our students move past these challenging times and plan for a successful future, as will our expansion of a CTE pilot program in the health sciences. As part of the Chicago Roadmap, students at 8 additional CPS high schools will now have access to an early college curriculum that will prepare them for exciting careers in the health field. They will also have the opportunity to earn up to 15 hours of college credit and will have access to valuable work-based learning opportunities. I thank our partners at the City Colleges of Chicago for helping make this program possible and for the work they are doing to improve post-secondary outcomes for our city's youth. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you, Dr. McDade. We'll now proceed to Dr. Jackson's remarks.
Thank you, President Del Valle. And in the spirit of trying to help us recover some time, I will make my remarks brief as we have several presentations later where we can go into more depth on any of these topics. The first thing that I would like to lift up is that we have launched our summer programming for 2021. And right now we're looking at expanding existing programs and also creating new programs for our students. We have a total of 18 programs that will support 90,000 students this summer. It's also important to note that these programs are a part of a larger initiative under Mayor Lightfoot's Rediscover Summer program, which is also a part of the My Shy, My Future program. CPS students, as well as students across the city, will have an opportunity to participate in a variety of activities. Some of those activities may include summer school, enrichment programming, and I'm also happy to report that there will be a variety of options for summer employment for our students. I think this is probably the first time in my history in this role that we can honestly say that if a student wants to actively engage in a program or work this summer, we have an opportunity there for them. I want to encourage parents to reach out directly to their schools to learn more about the variety of options that may be offered there, but also remind people that this is a collective effort and that there will be programming at Chicago Park Districts, Chicago Public Libraries, as well as our other agencies. Again, if people want more information, your school principal will probably be the best point of contact, but we also encourage people to visit the city's website, My Shy, My Future. Also want to turn my attention to what we're working on as we wind down this school year. Although we have a lot of work to do in order to close out this school year successfully, we have turned our attention to planning for the fall. I'm happy to report that earlier this month, ISB noted that schools will reopen this fall for 5 days of instruction. We are incredibly excited about this announcement. We're excited that educators as well as public health experts all agree that students should be back in school full-time in the fall. The district will continue, as we've done over the past 14 months, to make sure that our schools are safe and as we welcome more children back into the building. One key component in that is getting as many people vaccinated as possible. Now that more students are qualified to receive a vaccine, the district is trying to reach people directly in the community to provide that opportunity. Right now, we're doing visits to the following 5 schools every Saturday: King, Carver Military, Fenger High School, and Michelle Clark. Again, this information can be found on Chicago Public Schools website. It's important to note that you do not need an appointment. Students can come. We will vaccinate the students. We will vaccinate families. This is in partnership with the city's Department of Public Health. Please note that these vaccination sites open at 10 a.m. and they will be open until noon on each day. So I want you to encourage people to attend. If you have been vaccinated, please go to our social media website and re-amplify the message and share it to family and friends. Finally, we will later today give a much more in-depth overview of our reopening plans. So in the spirit of time, I'm going to cut off my comments at this point so we can go into more depth later during that presentation. Thank you, President Del Valle.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We'll proceed to committee updates. We have no committee updates this month. Now for announcements. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of the board meeting. As a reminder, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at cpsboe.org or mailed to 1 North Dearborn, Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda is posted through 5 p.m. The day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and posted within 5 business days on our website at cpsboe.org. Madam Secretary, please share the details of the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, June 21st, 2021, and will close Tuesday, June 22nd at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. I would like to note for the record that we will announce if the board meeting is in person or virtual via the website. Please monitor the cpsboe.org website for more information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the conclusion of public participation. Madam Secretary, please share the rules for public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public who registered to speak were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to the internet or who may have a weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for the Board of Education meeting via the written comment form on the board's website at www.cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within the 5 business days on our website at www.cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. In order to facilitate and expedite public participation, I will be calling speakers out of order and grouping them. As a reminder, to unmute, please press *6. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record. The 2-minute timer will then begin. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. And Mr. President, our first speaker then will be Jesse Sharkey, the CTU president, followed by Chris Bayron, the CTU Charter Division Chair. Mr. Sharkey?
Thank you. And I would just start off by acknowledging Dr. Janice Jackson, Dr. Ilhan McDade, Arnie Rivera. We have disagreements and have had our share of high visibility conflict. That's gotten a lot of attention. But we've always been able to, or almost always been able to talk as human beings, as people who care about the schools, whose own children are in the schools. That's gotten a lot of attention, but it's been very important to our ability to resolve conflicts. I won't dwell on it, but I consider you guys dedicated educators and wish you the best in your future endeavors. I've always said that teaching in Chicago is not for the faint of heart, and that goes for you as well. If you can work with a CTU and move into Chicago, you should be prepared for anything. I will talk a little bit now about sort of where I see the school year as being at, which is that teachers and students, at least the ones in my household, are staggering towards the end of the school year. I suspect that goes for administrators as well. The pandemic has made this an incredibly difficult year. Throughout the pandemic, the CTU has been working to highlight the needs of communities that are most impacted by this public health disaster. We've taken plenty of abuse as standing in the way of reopening, as anti-science, as self-interested, et cetera, et cetera. I would argue for people who it's the mayor and CPS who are best advancing student needs. In fact, the mayor and the schools have wanted to return to normalcy as quickly as possible. They want schools open, parents working, tax revenues flowing, and on some level I understand that. But the CTU views this, that the pandemic has devastated our communities. When we hear the term return to normal, we think that pre-pandemic normal looked like schools without sufficient cleaning staff, nurses or counselors. It looked like low-wage jobs without adequate health insurance, with overpriced and overcrowded housing in our neighborhoods. In short, normal looked like the very conditions which made the pandemic so deadly in our communities in the first place. For the CTU, our starting point has been that the pandemic has damaged the relationship between public schools and the bedrock constituency of those schools, the working-class families of color. We want our schools to acknowledge the harm and trauma. We want concrete actions to protect the most vulnerable, and we want a commitment to invest in our communities going forward. Vaccination and falling transmission rates bring us a lot of hope for next school year. but there's some danger in running ahead and talk about how vaccination means that we can return to 5-day instruction, no restrictions, school in the fall. But we cannot paper over the fact that CPS parents and students are not getting vaccinated, or at least not in the numbers we need. The very neighborhoods with the highest transmission rates have often been some of the ones with the lowest vaccination rates. Since vaccine has been available, the CT has been advocating for school-based vaccination program for staff, students, and families. We've been helping families sign up, educating parents and students about vaccine, volunteering at vaccine events out of school parking lots, and working hard to encourage the return of students in many ways. So far, CPS has not been willing to set a vaccination goal, but it's not been possible to accomplish widespread vaccination through individual volunteer efforts. We need the government to play its role. We need CPS to play its role. Large organizations like this school district operate by setting goals as a way to drive priorities. Think about all the ways a school system with 40,000 employees moves vaccinations. Whether that is with flyers home in backpacks, whether that's the way we use school facilities for events, whether that's about lessons and direct instruction, whether that's the curriculum, counselors, social workers, nurses working one-on-one or in small group settings, communication to parents, think about like using the school list to go out, think about like the ability to house visit or do canvassing out in our neighborhoods, et cetera, from people who write curriculum to the principals, to teachers and clinicians. We need a coordinated effort. And it's not that none of this is happening. There's plenty of individual staff, principals, school leaders, et cetera, who are organizing vaccine events with local health centers and et cetera. But CPS still doesn't have a goal. And it's going to be hard for us as individuals to play the role that the district overall needs to play. It's urgent. Now is a time for us to launch and name a plan for getting our students vaccinated. In the 50s and 60s, the U.S. society figured out a way to vaccinate our entire population against polio. We did it in our schools, campaigns, mass immunizations, et cetera. We're not seeing anything of that type in Chicago. We have $2 billion of federal assistance to Chicago Public Schools that's supposed to help us recover from COVID. It should not go to pay off the district's debt that will let wealthy taxpayers off the hook for underfunding public schools to begin with. The money should go to fund cleaner buildings, upgraded ventilation systems, and making the investments that rebuild the critical trust between us and our working class communities of color so our schools can succeed in the future. We look forward to school next fall, but we know that we need to be doing the work now to make that school successful. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see large sections of our school population vote with their feet. Thank you for your consideration.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the next speaker, Chris Bayron, the CTU Charter Division Chair, followed by Troy LaRiviere, the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association President. Mr. Bayron?
Hello there, and good afternoon now, members of the board, Chairman Del Valle, CEO Jackson. Wishing those of you who are moving on all the best. I have, I come to this board with some real concerns about what's happening in the charter space, and yet these concerns are consistently not addressed by the board. And I have really urgent situations at two particular charters, at Urban Prep and at Epic Academy. Urban Prep, just a super brief history. They organized a union in 2013. The employer was found guilty of targeting members for union activity and other infractions of labor law, were ordered to pay like $269,000 in the settlement by the NLRB, largest ever settlement at the time against a charter employer. And since then, they have been consistently the least amicable partner. And so the current negotiations, the contract expired in 2018. They've been offering a 1% raise each year. They've not made any movement on other proposals. Their health insurance is at like a 20% match. The most common match is 90% in our union contracts. They've dragged out bargaining for 3 years. They've even removed offers that were previously on the table, 1% pay increases in the past. So the CTU is now looking at, we're considering bringing unfair labor practice charges for aggressive bargaining and refusal to meet. And I can tell you that the members are really looking at taking escalating actions to settle a fair contract now. Let me give you some context. Urban Prep gets the same exact per pupil funding as every CPS and charter school. Yet they seem intent on lowering the compensation relative to inflation. The salaries there are well over 20% lower than CPS compensation. So although they get the same funding as every other charter and CPS, 3 unionized charters have managed to offer CPS pay with this funding, Acero, CICS, and Epic Academy. But on top of this, Urban Prep has received around $3 million in PPP loans since this pandemic started. Loans are intended primarily for staffing and payroll, but they sure have not been spent that way. And even more scandalous, you know that educators will sacrifice of themselves, you know, but they should only do so like when it's necessary. And here it's not necessary. The employer has consistently not provided the legally required special education services. This has been a critical problem at Urban Prep. The salaries are so low, they have trouble staffing those positions. The turnover is large, minutes don't get met. We have a demand on the contract that all relevant diverse learner laws be complied with. Every other unionized charter has agreed to that in some form. But Urban Prep's management continues to refuse it. We know that adding the extra staff to meet those legal requirements is expensive. We know that there is extra student-based budgeting to provide that, and we know that they're getting this extra $3 million from the government, you know, which is supposed to be, you know, for staffing so they can hire people and pay them a wage so that they can keep them. So that, you know, this means that the administration is going to allow young people with disabilities to never receive the full supports to which they're legally and morally entitled through their whole high school careers. You know, we're some charter employers, we've got one employer that agreed to 8 weeks of paid parental leave. Urban Prep's offer is 2 days. They have the longest provisional period of any unionized charter employer, and instead of agreeing to the union's demand to shorten that time, the employer wants to extend probation for educators who've toiled over the past year in the most challenging conditions in the history of public education. So the management, the mismanagement of you know, on a grand scale of their funds and their inability to like make decisions that are good for students, like even comes out on a small scale. We have multiple occasions when Urban Prep hasn't delivered payroll on time. This is unheard of. The board needs to pay attention here because there's a crisis coming, and we want the students. We want the best for the students, right? The educators at Urban Prep work with them every day, care about them, you know, and know them, which means they've got their concerns at more to heart than anyone else. So you'll hear from an employer, a member, a teacher at Urban Prep, Dana Wilson, later in the public speaking section. I don't know if you're able to move him closer to the front of the section so you can hear about Urban Prep all at once. But I just have one thing very brief to say. At Epic Academy, who are the most recent group to join the Chicago Teachers Union, at a place where we are trying to promote Black leaders, management suddenly, just in the past week, fired 4 educators while we were in the middle of a ratification vote on a first contract. They fired all 3 of the Black teachers that were on our bargaining team. So this is a shameful attack, not just on our union, but on Black leadership in our schools. Leonda Khan, who is the new CEO at Epic, is perpetuating her anti-union, anti-teacher policies, which caused the longest charter strike in U.S. history while she was CEO of Chicago City Tough Schools. So there's some real crises right here, and the board owns some responsibility for the funding and the management of these schools. And the board talks about equity a lot, but like if the board believes it, I hope that they will take action to make sure Urban Prep and Epic Academy do the right thing by the educators and the students there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bayron. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the next speaker, please. Charla Rivera, CPAA President. Please unmute. Thank you.
Good morning, beautiful people. While many in district leadership are transitioning to other roles outside of CPS, it's important that we acknowledge and respect the experiences of the school leaders who remain in our district. In a principal survey of satisfaction with district leadership during the pandemic, 35% of principals indicated they were satisfied, 35% were dissatisfied, and 30% were neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. In total, nearly 2/3 of principals and assistant principals were either not satisfied or actively dissatisfied with the CEO's leadership. And the numbers were even worse for the senior leadership team. We have to face that reality if we're going to improve as a district. And if you question or doubt these results, then I challenge and encourage you to survey principals and assistant principals yourselves. I can't think of a better way to get insights to guide your search for the next CEO and leadership team. And as you plan for the next school year, I ask you to keep in mind that school level implementation of every decision you make will fall squarely on the shoulders of our principals and assistant principals. And please keep in mind that while district management, central office, and most school-based staff worked from home last year, your principals and assistant principals were among the few who reported to their buildings to serve students and families for the entire year. Remember that district management instructed principals and APs to hand out technologies to families while refusing to require those families to wear masks when they showed up to schools to get their computers. Some individual principals interacted with literally thousands of people who showed up to their schools unprotected. Many of those principals and assistant principals got COVID-19, suffered some of its worst effects, recuperated, and returned to their schools to continue serving students and families. Remember that. And keep in mind that district management pledged to give principals and APs a few days off during Christmas break, only to renege on that pledge when it required hundreds of them to report for food distribution. Keep in mind that when district management decided to reopen, principals were required to submit school-level reopening plans and schedules to coincide with the district's plans. And remember that each time that there was some minor change in the district's plans or some added teacher accommodation, or a new development at the bargaining table with CTU, principals had to go back to the drawing board and submit new plans and schedules. Principals were directed to waste countless hours and days creating dozens of reopening plans and schedules that were never used, simply because of a compliance mandate from downtown officials who need to justify their existence by giving useless tasks to principals and assistant principals who have real responsibilities to tend to. Keep in mind that after a year with no respite, the head of the talent department boasted that principals would get two quote unquote protected weeks at the beginning of the summer to rest and recoup, only to have the district renege on that promise by scheduling summer school to begin the second rest week, which of course requires principals to cancel the first rest week in order to prepare for the first week of summer school. A few months ago, 4 of you on this board met with 33 of the most accomplished principals in the district. They were immensely appreciative of the fact that you took time to listen to them, as am I. You heard directly from them the toll that this year has taken on their health and well-being. And I'm here today to remind you of what you heard. They have shouldered every burden and responsibility placed upon them by district management. They have carried this district. They are the most unsung heroes of this entire crucible. And the stress of that burden has taken its toll physically and mentally. And many of them are not well. So as you plan for this summer and for the fall, I ask you to keep their sacrifices in mind. I ask that you keep in mind that they still have not gotten the respite that was promised to them after more than a year of carrying this district on their backs. And please keep the same things in mind when you search for a new superintendent or CEO. We need a leader who understands that the decisions that he or she makes will fall squarely on the shoulders of principals and assistant principals, and who has enough respect for them to get nearly constant, near daily feedback when they're planning or implementing any new initiative, especially when the success of that initiative depends heavily upon their skill and expertise. In summary, this district has built up a debt to its principals and assistant principals, and that debt needs to be acknowledged in a way that is both significant and systemic. And you can start by keeping that debt in mind as you plan for the summer and fall, and as you search for new district leadership. That concludes my statement.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. President. I will proceed with the speakers list, and I will be calling the first speaker, please. Speaker number 1, Carla Langston, followed by speaker number 2, Matt Major, and then speaker number 4, Marissa Combs. Speaker number 1.
Yes, hi. Hello to the Chicago Board of Education. I'd first like to say that listening and witnessing this public meeting, I'm amazed that you as a board are doing such wonderful work, that according to you and your colleagues, everything is great. You would hardly know that you are leaders of an organization that is on fire. And you use the public's time with you in this shared space to actually compliment each other on the great job that you're doing, and all while the house is still on fire, which is just more proof that we need an elected representative school board. When Lori Lightfoot became mayor, the Black and brown communities had already suffered through a host of horrifically bad education decisions made by the previous politicians and boards of education. Mayors that made deals with barons like Bill Gates and had plans like Renaissance 2010, in which they labeled dozens of Chicago public schools poor performance and closed them down, only to create 100 new schools that were majority charter and contract schools. Rahm came in 2011 and did similar work.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, he did similar work, and he actually closed 49 schools. So, yeah, you know, including the Stewart School in Uptown, which is now high income rentals for people that have money, and we have poor people that live just a few blocks away living under viaducts, which is kind of disgusting. So I would like to just say I'm really disappointed with Lori Lightfoot's work and her lies about actually supporting an elected representative school board before she actually became mayor. And then once she was mayor, not working with us to actually get an elected representative school board.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you for your comments.
thank you.
Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker number 2, please, Matt Major. Please unmute, *6. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, CEO Jackson, President Del Valle, and members of the board. My name is Matt Major, and I'm the policy manager at the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. I'm speaking today to express our disappointment and strong concern regarding the lack of transparency and disregard of community, student, teacher, and parent voice on Aspire's proposed relocation of Aspira Early College into the Haugen building, which would pair 2 high-achieving Aspire schools in the same location. While district staff will be presenting on the proposed move, there is no board vote scheduled. We are troubled by the real lack of transparency around this potential board action. Why is this board neglecting the responsibilities charged to them by not voting on this item? As a community organization supporting Chicago citizens for over 5 decades, Aspira deserves a fair and transparent process by the district and a vote on the record. Aspire's proposed relocation is rooted in community need and is strongly supported by students, families, teachers, elected officials, and community members, as evidenced by public hearings in February and May. Unfortunately, the optics and politics of the proposed relocation are overshadowing the obvious benefits to the Chicago Public School students currently enrolled at Aspire Haugen and Early College. The relocation, championed by students, will allow Aspira to better serve students in one facility, including space for additional extracurricular activities, and expand Aspire's impact on the community by giving them the much needed space to continue providing wraparound services like food distribution, workforce development, COVID-19 related supports,
You have
job
30
fairs,
seconds.
and community meetings. We urge you to put politics aside and recognize charter public school families as part of the CPS community and listen to authentic community voice while committing to fair, transparent, and public processes. Please reconsider Aspira's proposal to move the early college campus into the Haugen building. It's the right thing to do for students and families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker number 4, Marissa Combs, followed by speaker number 3, Brenda Leyva. Speaker number 2, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, members of the board, and Dr. Jackson. My name is Marissa Combs, and I'm the data analyst with the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. I'm speaking in support of Aspira Early College's proposed relocation into the Haugen building, consolidating 2 already high-achieving Aspira schools in the Albany Park neighborhood. Some community members have expressed concern at the proposed relocation, claiming the move will threaten nearby high school Theodore Roosevelt's enrollment and funding. However, these statements are not supported by the district's data from the annual regional analysis. Your own data show that Roosevelt loses enrollment to traditional and selective enrollment district-run schools at 4 to 7 times the rate than to Aspira Early College. Only 39 students within Roosevelt's attendance boundary attended Aspira Early College last year, the lowest among all other high schools where zoned Roosevelt students attend. Von Steuben, Lane Tech, Lakeview, Odmonson, together, these draw over 850 students away last year. These data also show that very few students rank both Aspira Early College and Roosevelt in their top 3 high school preferences. This past year, only 6 students ranked both schools, a figure which has declined 50% in the past 3 years, suggesting that these schools are not competing for the same students, and there is no evidence to suggest the proposed relocation will change this trend. The criticism of the relocation goes against your own data, which clearly demonstrates that Aspira is not contributing in any meaningful way to enrollment declines at Roosevelt. Thank you. Instead, high-performing traditional and selective enrollment district schools are drawing significant numbers of students from Roosevelt. We have to ensure that the facts, not feelings, are driving decisions for students and communities, particularly when it's a stated priority of the board to be responsive to community needs and place the voices of students and quality data at the forefront of decision-making. We cannot play politics with students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker then. Speaker number 3, Brenda Leyva, followed by speaker number 15, Marcela Aruela. Speaker number 3, please. Please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, good. All right. Hello, good morning. My name is Brenda, and I am a current student at Roosevelt High School and an LLC member. There is a huge need in Albany Park community, the need for North River Elementary School to relocate to a CPS building in the same neighborhood and network. The North River students have been using a parking lot between a busy street on Kedzie and an alley for recess. Students are also being told during gym class to be quiet because there's a funeral happening upstairs. There's no adequate space for any students from pre-K to 8th grade. There is a perfect space, however, in Albany Park for the North River students to finally make a green space, a real gym. This space is owned by a CPS building at Aspira Haugen Middle School. This is why I am here. When I heard 3 to 4 weeks ago that Aspira Early College was planning to relocate without engaging the community, I asked myself, where is the transparency, community engagement, and equity-based approach? They were planning to relocate to a space that would be perfect for North River students to attend, and a few blocks away from Roosevelt High School. Where is the commitment from the equity office? As a student representative at Roosevelt High School, I was worried that all the hard work our Roosevelt family had done would be taken away by Aspira's proposal. We have witnessed that when a high school plans to relocate blocks away from a neighborhood high school, the neighborhood high school usually suffers with less resources, teachers, and students. I know CPS board members will take an equity-based approach. A transparent process and complete a neighborhood school needs assessment before moving forward. Thank you. I'm here to advocate for the neighborhood schools in my community. Our North River colleagues couldn't register on time within the first 2 minutes. All the slots were full by them. But we will be following up with you, members of the board. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed then with Speaker 15, Marcela Aruela, followed by Speaker 21, Ulises Rivero, please. Speaker number 15. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Me escuchan? Sí. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Marcela Aruela. Soy madre de un alumno de 8º grado en la escuela Aspira Hagen y una hija que es junior que también va a Aspira. Estoy muy impresionada con la educación que mis hijos reciben de Aspira, así como los programas de enriquecimiento y las actividades extracurriculares que se ofrecen. Aspira ha sido una organización increíble para mis hijos y familia. Los programas, asociaciones y oportunidades que ofrecen son espectaculares, geniales. No solo se enfocan en lo académico, sino también en el ambiente para el bienestar del estudiante. Tienen muchas actividades que invitan al grupo familiar a involucrarse y hacernos sentir parte de la gran familia Aspira. He estado en la ubicación actual de Aspira Early College y considero que se beneficiaría con la reubicación al edificio que actualmente ocupa Aspira Hagen. Tanto los jóvenes como los niños necesitan de un lugar para educación física y deportes. Necesitan y merecen de espacio exterior donde puedan correr, jugar e interactuar. Y tenemos ese espacio para Aspira Early College. Solo puedo imaginar los logros y beneficios que los estudiantes obtendrían con la oportunidad de tener acceso a estas comodidades que hoy carecen. Repito, soy madre de 2 estudiantes de Aspira y apoyo la reubicación de Aspira Early College al 3729 West Leland Avenue. Considérenlo, denle la oportunidad por el futuro de los niños, para que estos estudiantes se conviertan en líderes y formen parte del progreso de este Estado y esta nación. Agradezco esta oportunidad de dirigirme a ustedes confiando en que esto se haga realidad. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Aruela. Mr. President, we'll have Jessica Chu translate, please. Jessica?
Good afternoon. My name is Marcela Aruela. I'm the mother of an 8th grader and a high school junior that both go to Aspira. I'm impressed by the education that my kids are getting at Aspira, as well as the incredible extracurricular activities offered. Both their academics and personal well-being are being taken care of there. Their programs, partnerships, and learning opportunities are wonderful, since they try to engage the families and make them feel part of the Aspira community. My kids have been going to the Aspira Early College campus, and I think that the school will benefit from relocating to the Hagen campus at 3729 West Leland Avenue, because it will provide students with more space to do sports, play, and interact with each other. This is a space that we're lacking at our current campus. Please consider this relocation so that our kids can benefit from this expansion, achieve more, and one day be able to become leaders of this country. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to seeing this becoming a reality.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the next speaker, please. Speaker 21, Ulises Rivero, followed by Speaker 24, Yvette Tovar. Speaker 21.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Ulises Rivero. I am a father of freshman students at Aspira, and also I'm a teacher at Aspira Early College. So I had a long list that I would like to share with you, but because of the time, I would prefer to submit it to the board, and which I really thankful for inviting me to be here right now. So after hearing everything that the pros and cons of moving Aspira Early College to the Hogan building, of course, I am pro. I would like to move over there. And when I heard the members of the community defending how harmful can be that move, I just want to remind you that our students also deserve a good school. The current building, it wasn't a design for the school, and although we've been there for so many years, our school has a lot of accomplishments in the last 7 years that I've been there. And I think that if we want to continue those accomplishments, if we want to expand our influence in our students, and if we want to improve our community, I think that that move should be approved and should be done. I will be, as I said, I will sending you a big list of things that we accomplished, the things that we would like to see happening when we move, and how the community will be, how both schools, Hogan and AEC, will be
You have 30
complementing each
seconds.
other and create a vertical alignment academically and social emotional. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with Speaker 24, Yvette Tovar, followed by Speaker 28, Oscar Martinez. Please unmute Speaker 24. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I am Yvette Tovar. I am a student voice. I am an aspirante. I am excited to be here and to support this relocation. I graduated from Aspira Early College High School in 2020 with honors, and I am currently attending UIC. While at Aspira Early College, I was involved in student council, enrolled in AP classes and dual credit classes. The leadership development I received from Aspira encouraged me and Thomas Nguyen to voice our concern about needing a better facility. We went to the board multiple times to request a facility that could support the programming and college prep that Aspira provides. We wanted a gym on site. We wanted green space for outdoor activities. We needed more space for our amazing art program. Here we are in 2021 with Aspira, and I am happy to see that student voices are heard, that my voice was finally heard. I want to thank the board and CEO Fernando Grillo for following through and putting in this application for relocation. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to have attended Aspira Early College at the building at 3729 West Leland Avenue. It is bigger, newer, and provides the needed green space and updated labs and resources that we would truly need to complete the college prep environment. These types of facilities need to be accessed by all of Chicago youth, not just as elective enrollment schools. Aspira deserves this opportunity. I deserve this opportunity. I am in support for the relocation of Aspira Early College to 3729 West Leland Avenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with Speaker 28, Oscar Martinez, followed by Speaker number 5, Ryan Griffin. Speaker 28, please unmute. *6. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, President Del Valle, members of the board, and CEO Dr. Jackson. President Del Valle, I thank you for your service to our community over these many years. I am Oscar Martinez. I'm a faculty emeritus at the University of Illinois at Chicago, former chair of the Latino Institute, founder of the National Puerto Rican Art Museum in Humboldt Park, an artist, aspirante, and presently Aspira board member. I appear this morning in support of Aspira's plan to relocate our AEC campus to the building we now occupy on Leland Avenue. I have listened to the public discourse, and I am disappointed to hear how Aspira has been depicted as part of the problem of public education in Chicago, when in fact, Aspira has been a partner with CPS since our inception in 1968. I know this history because I am one of the kids who benefited from the support I received from Aspira and the fine tradition of education they instilled in me, which led me to become an educator. When my school counselor told me I was not a college material, Aspira helped me, and I graduated from the University of Illinois. The public discourse has centered around buildings. Who uses them? Whether a school is a community school versus a charter school or an option school. What I know is that Aspira was one of a handful of schools that were truly community schools. I have heard the term community school thrown around loosely as if Aspira is not part of the community or as if we snuck across the border last night and occupy Albany Park. We heard a teacher testify before this board that Albany Park does not need Aspira. That was the same thing we heard 15 years ago when we first moved into the Leland building. Since then, there has been systematic effort to displace us and remove us. Not allowing this relocation effectively makes this a reality for Aspira, except for the compromise that provides for the needs of all interested parties. Our application to move students from one building to another should have been routine. Instead, the discussion snowballed into a political campaign, giving me much pause. There is no expansion here. The essence of our application was to provide 350 of our students a college prep program which strengthens our academic offering to them and enhances their academic experience in a college prep setting close to our college and university partners. Our relocation also strengthens our Antonia Pantoja Option School to strengthen our academic and workforce development program to the most vulnerable population. The latter honors our long tradition of serving every student who walks into our doors. I am disappointed that our children, our students, will not begin next year getting the intended benefit of our relocation because the so-called community opposition.
Speaker 28, excuse me.
Community opposition will never.
Are up. Thank you. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with speaker number 5, Ryan Griffin, followed by speaker number 8, Andrea Talsman. Speaker number 5.
Thank you. This is Ryan Griffin. All around the country, including New York and LA, district leadership and the respective teachers unions are in lockstep that in-person learning is best for both students to learn and teachers to teach. Here, the district and ISB are proudly committed to a full-time in-person return to school in the fall. Thank you to Dr. Jackson and Dr. McDade for doubling down on this commitment. Guess who's missing from that equation? Mr. Sharkey and the Chicago Teachers Union. Why? Because political wins are more important than students right now. Collective bargaining rights, elected school board, allocation of recovery funds. Instead of advancing and promoting quality public education, they are motivated by political power and see this pandemic as leverage. Why do I bring this up to this Board of Education? Because changes in leadership create a vacuum. CTU wants to fill that vacuum. We need you to assure parents that the reopening plan will happen in the fall and to bring us to the table. A guarantee needs to be made right now, no exceptions. Each day that passes is another day of added stress and hopelessness to families. Mr. Sharkey's own comments today are alarming to parents. Setting new goalposts on children vaccinations, comparing COVID to polio in children. Do we need to teach history and science to the CTU? I hope we have all learned through this that we need to engage formally with parents. Surveys are nice, but it is time to bring representative parents from across the district together. We'd love to debate priorities with other parent advocacy groups. Instead, all we see as parents is a coordinated political campaign waged with dollars from the CTU Foundation. It is increasingly difficult to justify the selfish behavior that has inflicted incredible social, emotional, and educational harm to students. It is time to turn the page and work together. Please, for the love of our students, teachers, staff, and city, demonstrate through action and transparency that children will be protected and prioritized next school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 8, please. Andrea Talsman, followed by speaker number 17, Cindy Oak. Please unmute. Speaker number 8, if you can please unmute, Andrea Talsman. Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Andrea Tolzman, and I'm a parent of 2 CPS students and a board member with Raise Your Hand. I have been coming here for many years asking this board for transparency and a willingness to work collaboratively with parents to address systemic problems that plague schools across the district. I have worked within the system by serving as an elected representative on my school's LSC, and I have been an elected leader on my school's PAC to build parent involvement. I have also been appointed to serve as a member of the CPS Parent Board of Governors to help build collaborative efforts between district leadership and parents. My experience as both an elected official and an appointed leader has taught me the importance of prioritizing democracy and providing space for the voices of the community. With Raise Your Hand, I have advocated for and will continue to stand strong with parents across the city who are fighting for equitable school funding, transparency in district level decision-making, and adequate and appropriate staffing and support for our students. I am also a long-term Chicago resident and taxpayer who has voted with an overwhelming majority of citizens for an elected representative school board. I wanted to believe that election rhetoric would have turned into action, not just empty promises. I stand united with parents, city residents, and elected officials to let you and our mayor know that we want a fully elected representative school board. This is not new or news. We need this now, and you, the school board, have a responsibility towards making this happen. As CPS board members, part of your job is to make decisions that lead the school district forward and create change that will impact our schools now and in the future. This board can and should play a role in advocating for an elected board and help CPS transition to true democracy. You have an opportunity to voice your support for an elected representative board, not preserving power for the mayor. Your job isn't to do the mayor's or the newly appointed CEO's bidding. You are in a position to provide counsel and directives to the mayor and the CEO about changes that will impact our schools. Your job is to make decisions that build and strengthen our schools, and also to build and strengthen relationships with the people who are directly impacted by those decisions. You have been given this opportunity to create a stronger, better school district. Please do not just sit back. There is work to be done, changes to be made, schools to strengthen, and students to support. Please get up from your comfy appointed boardroom chairs and stand up to work with Chicago's parents, citizens, and elected officials to demand a truly elected representative school board for CPS. Thank you for your time and your commitment to ensuring that this will happen.
Thank you. Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker number 17, please, Cindy Oak, followed by speaker number 9, Kara May.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Oak with Parents for Teachers. This board will never have the trust of the Black and brown families in Chicago. Does one gain trust by approving inequitable policies that keep the poorest of Chicago in deplorable school conditions with lack of nurses, social workers, or even teachers that can serve as role models for their students? Can you gain trust by levying taxes so that all who live in Chicago have to foot the bill for your financial insolvency? President DeValle, at a press conference on Sunday, you said that we could not allow the legislation to pass an elected school board bill without allowing for non-citizen voting. It is well known by large districts in Illinois that there is a companion bill right now that has overwhelming support from all legislators, because they know that not only should non-citizens be able to vote for their school boards, but they should be able to serve on their board. Who, I ask you, on the current board is a non-citizen? Can this present board be trusted by families of students with disabilities? Your predecessors denied and delayed services from 2016 to 2018, but you have done nothing to aggressively reach out to these 10,000 families, all of whom are to be awarded compensatory services under UER and SSCA. You cannot be trusted when you allow these students to age out, like my own daughter did this month. Where are her compensatory services for being denied ESY back in 2016? It is laughable that this board regards themselves as the dream team. Only if it was their initial intention to suppress the voices of Black and brown families, allow their children to be policed in schools, or have a total disregard for the needs of the families in the most affected neighborhoods during the pandemic. And for the love of all that is good, please do not fire Judy Mahoney because of her disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, then with speaker number 9, Kara May, followed by speaker number 10, Matthew Williams. Please unmute speaker number 9. Kara May, speaker number 9, *6, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kara May, and I'm the proud school director of Art in Motion Creative Arts Charter School, AIM. I'm here today to request the temporary relocation of the 9th and 10th grades from AIM's primary school facility to 7522 South Greenwood Avenue beginning in the fall. AIM is passionate about creating a safe space for students. Our focus on creativity, community, love, and excellence provides our students and families with an unparalleled middle school to high school experience. AIM prepares our students for post-secondary options using the arts as a vehicle, the bridge in how we learn, to provide our students with options for their future. We are building a future for our students, inspiring them in performance, higher education, and entrepreneurship around the arts in a truly authentic way. We serve families throughout the greater Grand Crossing community and the South Side of Chicago, nestled in the 8th Ward. As we grow from 7th to 10th grade, ultimately expanding to serve grades 7 through 12, we have planned an incredible addition to our facility. This work, as we continue to grow and expand our campus offerings, will not be possible without a second site this fall. To accommodate our growing student body and provide students with the academic, artistic opportunities that they so deserve, we are asking for your consideration in allowing Art in Motion 9th and 10th graders, our high school students, to occupy that temporary space also located within the 8th Ward.
You have 30
This
seconds.
temporary facility will ensure that students have a safe and secure environment in which to thrive and learn. It also supports our mission and vision to provide students with access to curriculum that provides intensive support to accelerate achievement. Students will have 5 days a week of uninterrupted instruction. Without a temporary site, Art in Motion would be forced to offer a hybrid model, and we know that is not what's best for students. I speak as one voice on behalf of many, our community of learners, the student, staff, and families of Art in Motion, and are counting on your support to continue providing these wonderful opportunities. We are excited to continue growing and offering tuition-free, high-quality arts and academic programming on the South Side. We look forward to this temporary facility approval, and we thank you so much for your time and your consideration. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Thank you. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the next speaker, speaker number 10, Matthew Williams, followed by speaker number 12, Beatrice Gomez. Speaker number 10, please proceed.
Yes,
Matthew.
hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Good morning, my name is Matthew Williams and I am the president of the Art in Motion Board of Directors. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the board, our students, families, and our community to request your consideration and support of the temporary relocation of the 9th and 10th grades from Art in Motion's primary school facility to 7522 South Greenwood Avenue beginning in fall 2021. I have been part of the Art in Motion since its inception, have seen the promise of opportunity come to life, the promise of access and excellence, a promise our board and founding team intend to keep. We need your support with this initiative. As we welcome more students, we need this temporary space to allow us to continue offering the core academic and artistic programming our students need and that they deserve. Providing this type of education, having this opportunity for the community, for students of color, we're not going to rescind this offer of opportunity. We know that this type of promise has been made in the past and broken way too many times. AIM is committed to our mission, our students, our teachers, our community, and we're counting on your support in keeping and exceeding our promise to create a safe, welcoming space for students across the city of Chicago. As a proud member of the New Life Covenant Church Southeast, we are excited to welcome AIM community to our facility. New Life is a founding partner of the school, and the vision was developed by community members and partners. We continue to support the growth of Art in Motion way long into the future. So today, I ask for your continued support and consideration as we strive to provide opportunities and excellent academic and artistic education for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker number 12, please, Beatrice Gomez, followed by speaker number 25, Lara Stackler. Speaker number 12, please unmute. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Beatriz Gomez, an inter-American parent, back here because our school has not yet received the district support we desperately need. I spoke here in March together with other parents and requested anti-bias, anti-bullying, social-emotional support, and most importantly, additional remedial Title IX training for all staff at our school. We never imagined that this was not going to be addressed immediately as students were to return in person in April. As the first day of the last quarter came, parents found themselves in the need to come to this board once again and ask for these supports a second time in last month's board meeting. To my surprise, I find myself here again with the same request for the third time. As of last week, and according to our network chief, William Klee, there is no update. Is anyone listening? Are parents truly being heard? There have been clear policy violations regarding the handling of the safety of children in our school during your watch. We need you to address this immediately. Title IX training has been offered to children and an attempt was made for parents, but at the same time as their principal forum and meetings, so parents couldn't attend both. However, what we need is for you to retrain the staff that is actually inside the school with the children. Clearly, the yearly online Title IX training has not been enough. Please provide our staff with an actual in-person remedial Title IX training where they can actually ask questions and get them answered. Please include bystander training as well. Our parents, teachers, and community have been working hard. In a few days, we will have a new principal. We as a school community have done our part to set up our children up for success. We now need you to do your part. It will not be fair for a new principal to have these supports that parents have been asking for months. I know some of you are leaving and have many chapters to close, but please don't leave without making sure that our school has all these supports in place. Do not leave without showing parents with your actions that the district's #1 priority is indeed the safety of our children in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, I'll continue then. Speaker number 25, please. Lara Stackler, followed by speaker number 13, Rosemary Vega.
Hello, can the Honorable School Board hear
Please
me?
proceed, speaker 25.
I'm a speech therapist with CPS and is currently on an unpaid leave for the second time this year. My first was a maternity leave, and when I returned in March, I was still breastfeeding. The assignment I was given was for 3 schools and 56 students, which is an extremely high workload. Additionally, the schools were out of compliance because no therapist had been assigned for a month. I also needed time to pump. I immediately reached out to my manager, Aaliyah Kortner, to express concerns, and I was told that my assignment would remain as is. From day one, I struggled with my workload and finding time to pump. My manager offered no accommodations, so I reached out to the ADA department for support. I filed 4 different requests that went unanswered. After only 5 weeks back from maternity leave, and on the first day of Teacher Appreciation Week, I received a disciplinary meeting notice with charges of tardy absenteeism and insubordination. This meeting forced me to request unpaid leave on Mother's Day, no less, as I could not change what I was doing to maintain my nursing relationship, and I had been afforded no accommodations from any department at CPS. Additionally, I perceived the ODLSS department to be a hostile work environment, as I felt the transgressions addressed to be retaliatory to my push for help as a nursing working mother. This behavior of my ODLSS manager is indicative of a greater problem permeating CPS. The treatment of its working mothers. I've witnessed it at my children's own school, American Magnet School, where she was a parent and CPS teacher because she was unable to pick up her child last minute due to her commitment to her CPS job. The entire district has seen it before in 2014 when the Justice Department filed suit for discrimination against nursing and pregnant mothers at Scammon Elementary. And we are today with an ODLSS manager who is currently in a training program. Dr. Jackson shared in her remarks earlier today, CPS did not effectively train its administrator. She thought it was a cute story with Dr. McDade. I don't. She needs to immediately implement training on equitable treatment of nursing and pregnant employees and not wait until the next month.
Miss Speaker 25, you're cutting off, so thank you. Did you conclude your remarks?
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Mr. President, then, is speaker number 13, please. Rosemary Vega, followed by speaker number 18, Vicki Williams. Speaker 13, thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Vega. I am a CPS parent. I'm sure you know my story.
but I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here today to advocate for the communities you continue to ignore. You have continued to ignore the needs and wishes of our Black and brown communities and continuously fail our students of color. I have knocked on hundreds of doors, visited many communities, and spoken to parents across Chicago. After months of walking, marching, and advocating for an elected representative school board, I hear the cries and issues that our Black and brown parents are facing, how they feel ignored and voiceless in a system whose interest is to profit from their children. This past Saturday, I met a parent named Cleo, who testified how proud she was that I was visiting her community. And she wished parents like myself existed when her son was in CPS. She told me the story how she felt CPS failed her child, leaving her feeling ignored, voiceless, and defeated. Cleo is just one of many examples of how parents feel when up against CPS, alone and unrepresentable. The board, the appointed board, have failed like Cleo's son, many children. Her son needed help and instead was labeled. Her son needed attention and instead was prosecuted by the CPS system. So I am here to advocate for an elected representative school board. It is time for parents to have a voice and a direct seat at the table when decision-making for our children in our Black and brown communities. I am here to remind you that you have failed as an appointed school board, the Chicago parents, and it is time for a change. Now, it is time for you to step down. It is time for parents to have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with speaker 18, please, Vicki Willis, followed by speaker number 19, Mark Cover.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Vicki Willis. I'm sorry, I made me cry. I have been working with the Board of Education for 18 years, and I'm here today to speak up and to speak out for members of the teaching staff at Nancy B. Jefferson. We are currently housed in the Juvenile Temporary Detention Center on Taylor and Roosevelt. I'm here to speak on issues that have been going on for the last 5 years under the leadership of Dr. Leonard Harris. I speak with a certain amount of, I'm sorry. It's been very rough. The harassment, the denigration, the constant threat of losing my job. I am not the only one who has been going through this, but I have the courage to say something, and I thank God for the opportunity to be able to speak my piece. I am an ALSE representative. I sit on the PPLC. I have a very good record, teaching record. I am dedicated to my job and the students of which I serve. The beginning of April through May, I have been retaliated against. I've been humiliated in front of the staff. There's a constant fear. There's a toxic work environment. I charged the Board of Education to please do and open an investigation. I have contacted the Office of the Attorney General on Dr. Leonard Harris and his practices because I was not under fire like this until I started asking questions about the budget, the school budget, which has led to a very harsh working environment for me where I have been isolated. I thank you all for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker, speaker 19, Mark Cover. Please unmute. Speaker 19, Mark Cover. Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm here. My name is Mark Cover, and I would like to share some words of support for the staff members at Nancy Jefferson High School. And I'd like to read you a email sent to Chief Talent Officer Matt Lyons addressing the working conditions at the school. Mr. Lyons, I am formally notifying you that even after over a dozen grievances and EEOC complaints about the principal at Jefferson High School, Dr. Leonard Harris, the staff is continually subject to a toxic work environment that includes tirades, threats, bullying, and aggression until the targets of his behavior are driven out of their school, their position redefined, or they succumb to the stress and pass. I understand that the accused parties of these investigations have rights, but as the investigations continue, the staff are left unprotected and subject to continued abuse. In 4 years, we have seen 6 assistant principals fired or quit, others flee, including 2 tech coordinators, a guidance counselor, a librarian. Others are punished and forced out, a social worker, a special education aide, an art teacher, and most recently, our special education case manager, brought to tears by Dr. Harris's tirades and retribution, only to succumb days later at the end of her rope, belittled and made to feel incompetent and untrustworthy. The staff are in complete terror and fear for their jobs as he continually seeks targets for his aggression, yet the board and CPS administrators remain silent and therefore complicit. His immediate supervisor, Megan Hogard at Network 16, is fully aware of these behaviors. Interim measures must be taken now to prevent any more damage to our coworkers at Jefferson High School. The yelling, the threats, and the tears must stop. I implore you to take action today and demonstrate the same compassion for your staff as you do our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll continue with speaker number 20, please. Ade Acosta, followed by speaker 22, Noreen Gutenkast. Please unmute. Speaker 20, thank you.
Hi,
Please proceed.
can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, this is Aida Acosta. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Dr. Aida Acosta. I serve as the Chief College Officer for Noble Schools. You recently heard from my colleagues, Jennifer Reed Davis and Tariana Pinkston, about our anti-racism work we are leading at Noble. I want to ground our anti-racism commitment work in our approach towards college access and outcomes as our intervention to dismantle inequities and create a pathway for choices for each and every one of our students. Our collective work at Noble is to end the cycle of systemic racism within educational spaces and empower our students and graduates with the tools to dismantle racism and injustices. A college degree is a pathway to enter systems of power and create positive multi-generational change. I would like to highlight the current senior, Kevin, a dreamer who is headed to Notre Dame this fall on a full ride scholarship. Kevin's family was impacted financially by the global pandemic as a family dependent on the service industry for employment. At the beginning of the year, he planned to apply for only 2-year colleges, but his college counselor convinced him to expand his list to selective 4-year universities and let it be to destiny. Thanks to that push, combined with his drive, led him to a life-changing opportunity that will have a multi-generational impact. Despite the pandemic upended national college access, 80% of Noble graduates enrolled in college immediately after graduation this past fall and are also persisting. This work is possible because of deep partnerships with incredible students and families, excellent teachers, comprehensive college counseling, and relentless alumni support. We are excited to also see exceptional results for our class of 2021.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President. with speaker 22, Noreen Gutenkast, followed by speaker 23, Tracy Sandlin. Please unmute. Thank you. Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon. This is Noreen Gutekunst. I taught at Whittier School from 2006 to 2010. At the center of our wonderful school community was Judy Mahoney, our ultra-competent, hardworking, and friendly school clerk. Judy was our school clerk at Whittier for 23 years. She told you her story last month. Judy would have stayed at Whittier until she chose retirement, doing the great work she always did. However, in 2017, her spinal cord was severed in a head-on car crash. Judy is indomitable. She battled back, facing obstacles that truly we cannot really even comprehend. And she was able to return to work at CPS in 2018. Central office placed her at Burn School, which fortunately is close to her home. Part of Judy's medical condition means that she can't be traveling across the city to get to work every day. Her day already begins before the sun comes up and it ends late at night. Each spring, Judy has had to beg and plead to have her job at Burn renewed. Can you even imagine what that takes? To have to send emails, write letters, make phone calls, and deal with the constant uncertainty and anxiety of not knowing whether CPS will deign to place you in a position that actually meets your needs. If Whittier was ADA accessible, she'd still be there. She would have a permanent position until she decided to retire because she was our school clerk. Due to the public health crisis, Judy supported central office. Thank you. Central office has grudgingly placed her at Burn for one more year. But I'm calling on you, our elected school board, to place Judy in a permanent position until she chooses to retire. Judy deserves dignity. It's wrong for CPS to deny her a permanent position, to force her to beg and plead and lose sleep. You should demand CPS recognize the dignity of each member of our school community. Demand that CPS make all of our schools accessible and follow the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'm going to be sharing with you a letter with signatures of former colleagues and multiple organizations. And I'm also sharing a petition with over 8,500 signatures in support of Judy Mahoney.
Thank you, Speaker 22. Thank you. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with Speaker 23, Tracy Sandlin, followed by Speaker 26, Patricia Picazo. Speaker 23, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Sandlin, and I'm the new Chief Executive Officer of Chicago Collegiate Charter School in Roseland. Our mission is to equip all students with the academic skills, intellectual habits, and character traits to succeed in college, strengthen their communities, and change the world. Today, I want to talk about legacies. My great-grandmother was an educator in CPS. My grandfather and grandmother both spent their entire careers with CPS, teaching and leading on the far south side. As the founding principal of our high school and now as the CEO, I have the immense pleasure and great responsibility of continuing this legacy. This is also what Chicago Collegiate seeks to do. Our 26 founding seniors have been accepted to 193 accredited four-year nonprofit universities. Every senior has a letter of acceptance. 96% of them have been accepted to 2 universities. 8 have more than 10 acceptances. Our scholars from the far south side of the city, who many said this would not be possible when they were in elementary school, have been accepted to the University of Arizona, Howard University, Clark Atlanta, Loyola, UIC, Ole Miss. In fact, they've been accepted to 86 unique universities. And that's not all. Our scholars have a combined $3.4 million in merit scholarships, and we're on track for more than 60% of our kids to actually matriculate to a university. And 100% of our scholars are graduating enrolled, enlisted, registered, or employed on their preferred post-secondary pathway on June 12th. In the fall of 2013, our founder made a promise to our scholars and community that we would provide them with an education that will allow them to go to college if they so desired. I'm proud to be here today to say that we are keeping that promise, and we look forward to creating even more legacies for the city of Chicago. This is not possible without support of the board and the Office of Innovation and Incubation, and so we wanted to say thank you. And I cannot wait to introduce you to our alumni who will be college graduates in the spring of 2025. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry about that. We'll proceed with speaker 26, Patricia Picasso, followed by speaker 16, Dana Wilson. We'll proceed with speaker 16 then, Dana Wilson. Please unmute, *6. Speaker 16, Dana Wilson, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Urban Prep Bronzeville and Urban Prep Academies. I've worked at Urban Prep over the last 9 years, and over the years, the school has changed drastically. Over the last 3 years, the union have been fighting for a 1% raise increase. We typically have one of the higher SPED student populations, and usually we are drastically underserviced in that area, which results in a negative impact on students' education and their futures. We recently have been fighting for more resources, with Urban Prep receiving over $3 million in PP money to help pay for salaries, and then yet refusing to negotiate on any decent level of increase. As I said before, 1% increase over the last 3 years. We are also stressing and asking for CPS to have more oversight over Urban Prep, as we have lost. I've worked with some tremendous teachers over the years. I would put math, I particularly focus on the math team and science departments. And I've worked with some of the best teachers in this city and saw many have left just because of how Urban Prep treats its teachers.
You have 30 seconds.
And so I think Urban Prep could be a great school for many more years, but I think it's going to take the oversight of Chicago Board of Education to make sure that Urban Prep is allowing students to have the best teachers possible with resources to provide, such as, a functioning computer lab, a library, just, basic needs that students should have. Being all boys school, it is one of the tougher environments to work in, and therefore you need as many resources as possible. We typically have families that struggle with probably in the low income to middle income area range, and that comes with a need to support those students and resources to support those students. And again, we're asking for the board to step in and allow for Urban Prep and demand that Urban Prep treats its staff with some level of integrity and dignity. And, last but not least, even me, I'm being transferred to another campus with 7 days left. So who's going to prepare my students for their final? I don't even know what I'm going to do over there at the West Campus. So that's just a side of how they treat their teachers. And thank you for giving me the time to speak. And thank you, Ms. Jackson, for all your years of service and the great job you're doing at CPS. And we're sorry to see you leave, and your staff.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed then with the last two speakers for today. Speaker number 29, Josue Morales, followed by speaker number 30, Samantha Sokol. Speaker 29, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Josue Morales. My brother attends Atmos School, and I graduated from Roosevelt High School, both located in Albany Park. I want to inform you that there is a great need in the Albany Park community. The need is for North River Elementary School to have adequate space for students from preschool through 8th grade. North River Schools has for many years been sharing space with the local church, where they use the parking lot between the alley and a busy street in Kedzie. For recess, the students use the church basement for the gym, where it is 10 feet high. The students have to be told to be quiet because a funeral is happening upstairs. They have to use a foam ball because they cannot damage the floor. Do you think this is right? There's a perfect space for North River students to use, and it is sharing space with Aspira Hagen. Members of this school board, we can work together to do the right thing. We're not against Aspira because we all deserve an equitable education. The problem here is that the North River School needs a school close to the student's home in the same school network and community. The Albany Park community is concerned because there was a proposal from Aspira Early College High School wanting to move in the space where North River wants to move. I found out like 3 weeks ago about this proposal. The Roosevelt families have been working very hard to finally bring the school to level 2+ after more than 50 years. We know that if a high school is moved a few blocks away from a neighborhood high school, the resources of the neighborhood high school will dramatically be
You have
affected.
30 seconds.
That is not what we want. That's why I am here. Let's work together with CPS board members, and I trust that you will adopt an equity-based approach and transparent process and complete a neighborhood school needs assessment before moving forward. I'm here to advocate for the Albany Park Community Schools where my little brother will attend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And Mr. President, we'll proceed then with the last speaker, speaker number 30, Samantha Sokol. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Samantha Sokol, a CPS teacher and dear friend of Judy Mahoney. Judy was a clerk at Whittier for 23 years until she was hit by a drunk driver and paralyzed from the waist down. In 2018, when she returned to work, Whittier was not ADA accessible, so CPS Central Office funded her position at Byrne for 3.5 years, but was going to stop funding that position up until yesterday. After months of emails to several departments in CPS, several meetings, recent news coverage from multiple outlets, and a press conference at her school, CPS finally decided to take action and promised Judy a position in CPS, maybe at Byrne, but maybe not. Although a relief that she's not out of a job next month, this is still far from a fair and just resolution for a hardworking, dedicated veteran CPS employee. No other veteran employee is moved around like a pawn on a chessboard like CPS is moving Judy. Plucking her from Whittier after 23 years and now trying to push her out of her home of 3.5 years is an unjust and unheard of situation, but a situation very real to Judy. CPS needs to continue to rethink this issue and find the funds to pay for Judy at Byrne. They claim they are working with her, which included them sending her a list of vacant clerk positions, some of which she already applied to, but most of which are not even ADA accessible. Even 30 years after the Americans with Disabilities Act has passed, there are still many CPS schools inaccessible to students and staff members, another large issue in CPS. If Judy's tragic accident had occurred while she worked in a wheelchair-accessible school, Judy would not be fighting to stay at her school this year and in the years to come. She has been advocating for herself to stay at Byrne for the last 3.5 years, something other veteran CPS employees in good standing who are not in wheelchairs do not have to endure. I'm asking you all to meet and discuss this issue. Look at Judy and have compassion. Picture her as a dear friend or family member. Is this the type of treatment you would want for them? As the board of the third largest school district in the nation who prides themselves on equity, care, and compassion, consider if this is the example you want to set for students and employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, this concludes public participation.
Thank you. Any comments or questions at this time?
President Del Valle?
Yeah, Member Rome, please.
We heard this month and also last month some comments about Judy Mahoney's situation. And while we typically don't talk about personnel matters publicly, I'm wondering, Matt, if you have any updates that are appropriate to share in this context.
Sure, thank you. By all accounts, Ms. Mahoney is an outstanding clerk. We've heard nothing but that, and I think it's first important to recognize. But regardless of that fact, our job is to support employees, especially when they suffer tragedies like she did. And as mentioned, in our response initially to Ms. Mahoney's circumstances, we created and funded a new position that we've maintained for 3.5 years at Byrne Elementary. The best outcome, which we have communicated throughout, is that Ms. Mahoney secure, as was discussed a full-time permanent position in a school that needs and has in their budget a clerk role that is open, a building, of course, that is accessible to her and that she's able to travel to. We did notify her yesterday that we would be extending the burn position for another year if she is unable to find that kind of permanent placement in a which we are supporting her in doing in an accessible workplace, and we'll continue to support her. So I want to clarify that those facts, essentially. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then this concludes public participation. Thank you all who participated. We will now proceed with presentations. Dr. Jackson, please begin.
Yes, President Del Valle, we have a series of presentations for the board today. The first presentation will be an opportunity to review our proposed plan to extend the teacher training residency program with the Academy of Urban School Leadership, otherwise referred to as AUSL. While we are proposing to extend that relationship, we are also transitioning schools back to the network that are currently being managed by AUSL. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Bogdana Chukumbova to walk us through the presentation. I believe it's Bogdana.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jackson. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. First, I will begin with a brief overview of the background of our partnership with AUSL and the details about the proposal. AUSL is a nonprofit school management organization currently supporting a network of 31 schools and operating a teacher training program called the Chicago Teacher Residency. The relationship between the district and AUSL began in 2006 to implement a model of a whole school transformation and also to institute a teacher training program for the district. Today, the district is proposing a phased transition for AUSL schools to the CPS geographic networks over the course of the next 3 years. We are also seeking to continue to provide teacher training and professional development services as initially started in our previous contract with AUSL. So to fulfill this proposal, we are seeking to present to you two separate agreements with AUSL. The first one for the residency program and the second one for the management transition. At this point, I will turn it over to Ben Felton from our talent office, who will share details about the residency agreement, and I will speak later about the management agreement. Ben?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Jackson and Dr. McDade. The CPS Talent Office recommends extending our agreement with AUSL to train teachers through the Chicago Teacher Residency Program for the next 3 years. The price point for this agreement would be $42,600 per resident for 75 residents, with an annual total expenditure of $3.2 million, which is the same cost of the current agreement. Additionally, CPS has the option to expand the second and third cohorts of the program at a reduced price point per resident. The Talent Office is recommending this extension because it aligns with the priorities that we outline in Teach Chicago, our comprehensive strategy to ensure that CPS has the highest quality and most diverse teaching force in the nation. Teach Chicago is designed to ensure that we have a sufficient supply of teachers in hard-to-staff subject areas like special education, STEM, and bilingual education, that we're ensuring that every student in Chicago, regardless of their zip code, has a great teacher, that our new teachers are ready to provide effective instruction on their first day in the classroom, and that we're building a diverse teaching force specifically focused on recruiting thousands of additional Black and Latinx educators into the district. The AUSL residency program aligns with this strategy in 4 critical ways. First, AUSL trains teachers that work in hard-to-staff subject areas and in traditionally hard-to-staff schools. 3/4 of AUSL's teachers in their last 2 cohorts have been trained in special education or STEM, and we're exploring expansion into other hard-to-staff subject areas like bilingual education. 95% of them have gone on to teach in AUSL schools, which serve low-income students on the South and West Side. So in short, AUSL's residency graduates are teaching in some of the positions that are most likely to be vacant in the district. Second, AUSL's residency graduates have become an important source of Black and Latinx teacher talent for the district. About 80% of AUSL's last two cohorts have been Black or Latinx, and I'm especially encouraged by AUSL's efforts to increase their recruitment of Black teacher candidates in their residency. 56% of their current residents are Black. Investing in the AUSL teacher residency will help us hit our ambitious goals of recruiting 3,000 Black and Latinx teachers by the year 2024. Third, AUSL residents train rigorously to become CPS teachers. Residents receive a full year of embedded training in CPS schools while learning alongside veteran CPS mentor teachers. The training that they're receiving is considerably more extensive than our other new teachers who are typically trained through traditional teacher prep programs. And lastly, AUSL teacher residency graduates have very strong retention rates throughout their first years in CPS. Over their past 5 cohorts, AUSL's teachers in their first 3 years returned to schools at considerably higher rates than their non-AUSL peers, about 10% more each year. So for those reasons, the town office recommends the extension of the agreement with AUSL to train teachers. I'll turn it back over to Chief Chikamova. Thanks.
Thank you. AUSL was the district's vendor for the extensive turnaround process during which 25 schools were reconstituted and also other schools were established and as new schools to provide teacher residency program. AUSL has fulfilled the services CPS requested at the time of the initial contract. The reason for the proposal today includes that there is no legal precedence for AUSL or any other vendor to manage schools beyond the terms of the initial contract, or to manage our schools once the schools are no longer under a turnaround process or need intensive development as a new schools in the cases of the teacher training sites. Our goal with this proposal is to provide equitable levels of support at a common level of high quality and access to opportunities offered to all CPS schools by bringing them all completely within the CPS umbrella of management. We are proposing a gradual 3-year transition with 16 schools transitioning this year, the first year, 9 schools the following year, and schools transitioning to CPS geographic networks, and 6 schools transitioning the last 3rd year. This table lists the specific schools identified for each transition phase of this proposal. The schools that have contract principals, schools in good standing where the LSCs have the authority to contract the principal, are the ones that we propose to be part of phase 1 for transition this July. The schools currently under CEO governance, as well as all schools and provisional or intensive supports, were identified for phase 2 for transition next July in 2022. These schools will continue to receive supports from our partner AUSL while allowing the geographic networks to focus on bringing in smaller number of schools for transition at the time. The final group of schools identified for phase 3 are those with AUSL teacher training academies that are also governed by appointed ALSCs. The proposal is for these schools to transition in July of 2023. There are very specific structures enabling this last group of schools to function as training academies, and we want to ensure the transition process allows for strong continuation of the teacher training sites. With the support of our Family and Community Engagement Office, ONS and AUSL jointly leverage the elevated framework to inform, consult, and collaborate with school communities. AUSL and CPS leadership formed a working group, including senior leaders, team members from FACE and law departments, to collaborate on drafting the proposal for this contract. We also involved and collaborated with network chiefs who are part of the transition team and shaping the current plan, as well as the development of individual school support plans. Principals at the schools are involved in the development of the school's transition plans and also are working on developing a school resource profile to ensure continuation of resources and services to the schools. To ensure a smooth transition, each school held or was part of staff engagement sessions for teachers and school-based staff to inform them of the details, respond to questions, and also provide feedback via surveys. In partnership with principals, ONS hosted town hall meetings with school communities, including parents, LSC members, members of the bilingual advisory councils, to inform parents and communities of the proposed transition and also to invite their feedback. To elevate student voice in planning for critical supports and programmatic offerings, ONS will administer a student survey in all of the schools within the AUSL portfolio. And finally, community partners and vendors have been informed of the proposed transition and engaged in discussions about any potential impact the transition has on pre-existing partnerships, including non-fee-based services as well as procured services. Schools Network and AUSL partners and the Office of Network Support have hosted engagement sessions at all, including the stakeholders at all phase schools, 1, 2, and 3. 46 stakeholder sessions for the 16 schools considered for phase 1. There were 3 events per school to engage different stakeholder groups. All staff members of the 15 phase 2 and 3 schools were also invited to attend engagement session. We had 96 participants who joined us on May 20th to ask questions and provide input. All LSC members of phase 2 and 3 were invited as well to join. We had 84 participants with opportunities for input as well. Just as a point of reference, during these sessions, we received the feedback about the clarity of the proposal and the opportunities for all community members to be engaged. Some of the feedback, a summary of the feedback that we received from stakeholders thus far indicates that stakeholders are most looking forward to the following possibilities resulting from this transition. They're looking for opportunities for improved school culture and climate and stronger implementation of restorative justice practices. They're seeking opportunities for further collaboration with more high schools and also further growth due to expanding their networking with other leaders and colleagues from a variety of schools. The trends in stakeholder feedback highlighting clear areas of focus for the transition planning are on ensuring continuity of valued programs, specifically sports, after school and enrichment programming, and vendor provided tutoring services. ONS has been collaborating with phase 1 school leaders to detail a resource profile outline for the supports and programs each school is needing and requesting based on their data, on their goals, and on some past trends. Final resource profiles will incorporate also the input from staff, family, students, and community members. ONS is also working with each network team to make sure that they're well positioned with the resources needed to meet the needs of additional schools within the portfolio of schools that they support. And the district is working cross departments to develop resource plans to maintain or replace professional development and programmatic supports for schools that are transitioning within the geographic networks. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Dr. Jackson?
Are there any questions?
I think we'll go to the other presentations and save
And
the
then quote
questions
questions at the end. All right. The next presentation will be a presentation on the district's recommendations for opposed amendments for 3 charter and contract schools.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Jackson, President Del Valle, and members of the board. This afternoon, I'm going to be providing background and recommendations for the charter and contract school applications for the amendment process. Annually, the Office of Innovation and Incubation oversees an application for amendment process in order to provide charter and contract school operators with the opportunity to apply for specific campus and network level changes that require an amendment to their agreements and the approval of the board. This year, CPS received 5 applications for amendments. Of those 5 applications, 1 was withdrawn and the other did not require a board vote or any change to an agreement, so it is not being presented here. I will provide a high-level explanation of the 3 applications in this presentation. Charter and contract schools seeking contract amendments submitted applications to CPS in February. In spring of this year, the Innovation and Incubation team conducted a thorough evaluation based on the nature of the proposed request and based on express criteria provided in the application. For proposed relocation, CPS reviews materials related to the effects on the school, community, and district portfolio at large. The latter component takes into account that CPS is a system of schools and communities that are interconnected and acknowledges that these decisions impact other schools. We need to understand these potential impacts and understand their impact on students and communities in future potential regions in making these decisions. Proposals were also reviewed based on community engagement and support. We additionally hosted a public hearing on May 5th to receive additional input from the public on the proposal. We had tremendous participation at that hearing from many interested stakeholders and received a lot of written documentation from stakeholders following that event. We can go to the next slide. So today we are recommending 2 school amendments. The first is from Art in Motion Charter School. Art in Motion Charter School is seeking to temporarily relocate 9th and 10th grade students from the school's main facility at 7415 South East End to 7522 South Greenwood Avenue due to construction delays at the main facility. The second amendment recommendation for approval is Chicago Tech Academy High School. Chicago Tech is currently located in the annex building on the CPS Meadow campus, located at 1301 West 14th Street and 1326 West 14th Place, and is seeking the use of a portion of the adjacent building on that campus. Today, we additionally bring a third proposal before you, which we are not recommending for approval. We normally do not publicly share proposals that we are not recommending, but because there was so much public comment around this, we wanted to ensure that there was clarity in our thinking around this decision. Aspira is seeking to relocate its early college high school campus, currently located at 3986 West Berry Avenue in Avondale, to co-locate with Aspira Hagen Middle School, located at 3729 West Leland Avenue in Albany Park. Can we go to the next slide? So now I'll provide some additional background as well as the key drivers for our recommendations for each proposal. First, for those applications recommended for approval. Art in Motion Charter School opened in 2019 and currently serves 7th through 9th grade students. It is set to grow by 1 grade each year until it serves 7th through 12th grade. Construction is currently ongoing at the school's main facility on the east end to accommodate the full student population. Due to construction and permitting delays over this year related to COVID, the East End construction is now set to be completed in December of 2021. While construction is ongoing, 7th and 8th grade students will remain at the permanent location, and 9th and 10th grade students will temporarily relocate to the facility on Greenwood Avenue. This relocation is temporary and will ensure that Art in Motion students can attend schools 5 days a week in the fall in a safe and nearby facility while Art in Motion completes construction. The proposed facility will be in use for less than 6 months in good condition and is ADA accessible. And lastly, it does not require any renovations. The second, Chicago Tech Academy High School, opened in 2009. It serves grades 9 through 12. The school is currently located in the CPS Metal Annex, and Chicago Tech has requested the use of available space in the metal building adjacent to the annex. Chi Tech has seen enrollment increase by 100 students in the last 3 years, and it has launched a CTE computer programming pathway that would benefit from a dedicated space. The additional space will also allow Chi Tech to provide better services to diverse learner population, which represent more than 25% of its enrolled students. The additional space will also provide Chi Tech with lab space, additional classrooms, and a gymnasium and cafeteria. The requested vacant space was recently used by DeVry Advantage Academy and is in good condition. We are currently working out the specifics of Chi Tech's additional footprint, but anticipate bringing this to the board and vote for a vote in June. We can go to the next slide. And finally, I'll share information on the staff decision not to recommend Aspira charter early college high school relocation. We went through our standard application analysis, looking at Aspira's performance and gauging the impact of a proposed change on Aspira students and on the surrounding community. As background, Aspira Early College High School opened in 2007. And of course, Aspira as a community organization has a much more historic presence on the north side of the city. The Early College campus is currently co-located in a facility in Avondale alongside the YCCS Aspira Pantoja Option School. The proposal to move Aspira Early College to a different facility was first presented by the school students to Aspira's board in 2017. The proposal as presented to CPS is to move AEC to co-locate in the CPS Hogan facility where Aspira's Hogan Middle School is currently located, approximately 2 miles north in the Albany Park community. As part of the application process, Aspira conducted extensive outreach about its proposal, and CPS heard from a variety of stakeholders and members of communities in both support and in opposition to the move. The public input on this application was robust, and we sincerely appreciate it from all parties. I want to express appreciation for Aspira for truly engaging authentically around this proposal. We also want to note that at the core of this decision-making, is decision-making for portfolio decisions is what the impact could be on neighborhood schools, which is a critical priority for this district. I also want to address some of the feedback provided earlier. Aspira schools are a valued part of the CPS school ecosystem. As has been shared, these schools are providing valuable supports to amazing CPS scholars and communities, and our recommendation does not negate any of this. CPS conducted a thorough assessment to consider the school level, community level, and portfolio level impacts of Aspira Early College's request move to Albany Park. The outcome of the analysis showed that the proposal would have several clear positive impacts for Aspira students, including improved space for students at the Aspira Early College, Aspira Haugen Middle School, and Aspira Pantoja Options campuses. As a system of schools, though, we can't make these decisions in isolation on their impact on surrounding schools and school communities. Because of this, we also analyze school choice data and material to determine the impact that adding a high school in the Northwest region could have. Currently, there are over 1,300 neighborhood high school seats in excess of capacity within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location. While the proposed move would potentially create enrollment increases for Aspira's Early College, it could also potentially have a negative impact on nearby neighborhood high school enrollment. Further to that, community input received by CPS showed significant opposition to the move in the Albany Park area. As such, in an effort to consider a holistic impact across communities for neighborhood schools and for students throughout the district, we do not recommend the relocation of the Aspira Early campus. As shared, as this was not recommended by the staff. This is something the board is not voting on, but we are providing clarity because this is something that was that there was a lot of questions about. So this concludes my presentation. and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Bing, I think we're gonna take questions at the end,
Can I-
but thank you.
Can I ask a quick
Oh,
question?
go ahead.
Sorry, just to
Whatever
President.
you guys prefer.
Well, I was just going to ask President Delvalle, is it possible for us to maybe pause to ask some questions of the first two presentations? Because they're on like voting items, and then reopening is quite different because it's forward looking. Is that possible?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay.
That's the way you want to proceed, we can proceed that way. So then let's open it up for questions for the first two items on the report. Questions or comments on?
I have a comment.
Board Member Melendez.
Yes, it's not a question. I just have a comment regarding the residency at AUSL. And I want to begin by commending the efforts that CPS is making to increase the diversity of educators, something that our whole nation should be involved in, because we are far, far from where we should be in teachers reflecting the diversity of the students that we serve. I understand, and in our briefings, we received in-depth information about the reasons for wanting to continue the residency, and I acknowledge the strength of those arguments. But I also wanted to bring up something that I brought up in our briefings, and it's that that we as a district, and in particular in management, consider in the future as another way, an additional way of increasing the diversity of the teaching workforce, to think about mentoring and, as of new teachers that in its majority come from traditional teacher education programs. I know that's an alternative that is costly, but that research has proven that it's very, very effective in really consolidating the quality of educators, particularly novice educators, and also it has been proven effective to increase diversity when this mentoring is when novice teachers are paired with experienced educators of color, and they tend to the possibility of retention is significantly increased. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make that comment.
Board Member Melendez, if I could jump in.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, we agree with you. I just want to make it clear that this is not our primary diversity strategy. The supply of teachers that we're talking about through the residency program is relatively small, but we are right there with you in thinking through, first of all, some long-term strategies to improve teacher diversity. The residency program through AUSL and our own teacher residency program, and then in addition to some of our longer-term work recruiting our own high school students to become CPS teachers. And embedded in all of those strategies is we're thinking a lot about how do we provide strong induction practices both to the district but then also to the profession, and so I'm working closely with the teaching and learning office here at CPS to make sure that we're recruiting strong mentors and mentors of color.
Thank you, and that is much appreciated.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I have a comment, President.
Yes, Member Rome.
I want to thank Chief Chakumbava for the very complex work that's been happening to engage with the AUSL community and really support the transition of the schools to come back to being district-run schools. I think it's really important to note that this represents a real alignment to the one of the core strategies of the district is the evolution from the need for turnaround to the investment in neighborhood schools as a really key strategy to getting to a collection of schools where there's a great school in every neighborhood in every community. And so this move feels like it's very aligned to that, as does the work to reimagine accountability, the high school strategy, it's all really centering around asking the questions of what does every school need so that every student has access to a great school in their neighborhood. And so I just really appreciate the intention there and the alignment to the other core work that the district is doing. I think it's also really important to note that AUSL schools are neighborhood schools, and I think sometimes that gets lost in a public narrative of understanding that management relationship of schools. And so them coming back to being managed by the networks makes sense given that strategy. Also, I just really want to honor the work that you've been doing with AUSL leadership for some time now on really engaging stakeholders at every level to make sure that this transition feels supported and that the networks where those schools will go have been eager to learn the school leaders, to learn parents and students, and really make sure that that transition feels welcoming and that the schools that were formerly managed by AUSLs have always been CPS schools. So teachers are union teachers, they're neighborhood schools, and they're employees of CPS working in those schools. And so I think all that you've done to really bridge that transition feels really supportive and really intentional. I just wanted to thank you for that work. And also, I don't know if it feels also very aligned, Chief Howell, to the same strategy, the investment in really doing the deep analysis that your team has done to identify if there is a need for another high school in the community, really looking at enrollment trends and patterns and really making a statement here to really make sure that the advocacy in one community, which I commend because students have been advocating for an experience they desire to have at school and don't think it is a political statement and don't think that that is being ignored in this decision not to recommend, but that it is also really aligned to investing in neighborhood schools that are core and central to their community and really making progress and building confidence in their among community members. And so really just wanted to offer my support for the hard decision that you needed to make there and the thought and intention with which you did it. So thanks to both of you.
Other questions or comments on the first two presentations? Member Tabrili.
Yeah, thank you so much. I guess I also wanted to pick up on a theme that Board Member Rome brought up. But first, I just wanted to say that I'm appreciative of the progress that's been made with the AUSL teacher residency program, particularly in getting closer to their diversity goals. And I appreciate the way that the Talent Office has pushed on that and worked with AUSL to get there, and the continued inclusion of that as part of this next contract that we'll be voting on. And also just highlight that as was lifted in terms of that this is one part of a broader strategy that Teach Chicago Tomorrow, you can still apply today. The deadline is today. And there is access for CPS high school seniors. If you want to become a teacher, please apply for Teach Chicago Tomorrow. There is scholarship money available through the SEED Scholarship, a partnership that the district has forged with city colleges. And so excited to see that work go forward as well as part of this broader strategy. And then I think in terms of just like a broader comment, it does feel very much that the support for neighborhood schools is an aligning, as Board Member Rome had said, core between the two presentations that we've seen today as a core value of the district. And also understanding though that the length of the relationship and value that some parents and school communities have with AUSL because they have been in the district for so long, but also the fact that what we're voting on today is the result of a longer multi-year conversation about the purpose of a private management company of this kind within CPS. The fact that turnaround is no longer a strategy or practice of the district, that it's a relic kind of a previous era of school reform, and that thus there's no role for the continuing of this relationship, but also that supports come with that and supports for neighborhood schools come with that. So thank you also Chief Chukumbava for lifting that up and for continuing to update us on what supports are going to be provided for those school communities as they transition. And this should be an exciting thing as they transition into our CPS networks. And then I think similarly with the Aspira, I guess I just wanted to, I'm a historian, so I want to value two histories that I see running parallel here, and really honor the great personal respect that I have for Aspira as a community-based organization. And I understand the value that students and educators and communities have derived from the support of Aspira, while also respecting and honoring the history of how we got to where we are with our current under enrollment crisis. And that, opening charter schools in proximity to neighborhood schools is part of how we got to where we are today. And so I really appreciate Chief Howell's sensitivity and attention to how decisions that we make, to the system level decisions that we're making here, and honoring the conflict between, or tension, I should say, between what may be in the best interest of an individual school community versus that of our broader systems of schools, and making sure that we're able to provide a high quality education to all of the students and school communities here, and that a commitment to the viability and ability of neighborhood schools to grow and thrive is a central part of that. So also just wanted to highlight that I saw that thread and continuity between these decisions and presentations. And thank you for helping us to see that in a coherent way.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members regarding the first two presentations? If there are no other questions and comments regarding the first two presentations, we can proceed to the third presentation. Dr. Jackson.
Okay. The third and final presentation is an update on fall reopening. So I now turn it over to our team to walk us through our plans for full in-person instruction this fall. And there will be multiple presenters.
Good afternoon, board members. I'd like to kick us off by providing greater details about what Dr. Jackson previewed in her opening remarks. With the school year coming to a close, we are busy planning for a summer full of high quality programming that will set up our students for success after the challenging year we've had. We've designed programs to address our students' academic needs, support their academic transitions, and meet students' particular interests. We are offering 3 types of programs. First, we have centrally resourced and managed programs, which generally refer to programs that serve students from several schools in the network area with staff from multiple schools. This year, centrally resourced and managed programs include Extended School Year, commonly known as ESY, Diverse Learner Post-Secondary Transitions, Bridge Plus, Summer Acceleration, and High School Credit Recovery. Next, we have centrally resourced but locally managed programs, which are programs that schools can opt into and receive funding and curricular resources to serve the students enrolled at their school. In these programs, schools are responsible for recruiting and selecting their own staff for summer programming, as well as other aspects of program implementation. There are over 10 centrally resourced but locally managed programs that schools could opt into, which include a Kickoff to Kindergarten program, Freshman Connection, Sophomore Connection, OLSE ESL Credit Attainment, and Summer of Algebra. And lastly, to ensure that we're able to offer wall-to-wall out-of-school time programming, the district is investing $23 million for school-funded out-of-school time programs this summer and next fall. Every school that does not receive funding through the Community Schools Initiative or through Sustainable Community Schools will receive OST funding to implement programs that are specific to their students' interests. For example, programs like robotics or dance programs or others that really respond to student interest. This summer, thousands of students who have struggled academically during the pandemic will have the option to participate in academic programs such as Summer Bridge, which will be available at up to 80 CPS schools. We have also more than doubled our summer support program for English learners, and the number of diverse learners eligible for our extended school year program will double to around 10,000. This program will also be extended by 2 weeks for families who desire that option. These opportunities are in addition to a credit recovery program that has been offered to all CPS high schools that we think can positively impact as many as 7,500 students. The high school ESL credit attainment summer course is offered to English learners who anticipate missing course credits required for graduation, not due to failing grades, but because of their late enrollment in a U.S. high school. Our Summer of Algebra program is designed for rising freshmen at select high schools to provide a rigorous algebra experience that better prepares them for success on their pathway to advanced mathematics coursework in high school. We're also offering exigent math, an enrichment opportunity for students to better prepare them for 8th grade algebra or 12th grade calculus. To help get their school careers kicked off on the right foot, around 10,000 of our youngest learners will be able to attend Kickoff to Kindergarten or a Preview to Pre-K program. In addition, all of our high schools will have the option to host month-long preparation sessions for their sophomores or incoming freshmen. High schools will also have the opportunity, will also provide support for their 2021 graduates and their 12th grade students with an IEP who are not eligible for ESY. Participants in these programs will engage in a 2-week program that is focused on post-secondary transition skills. And through our extended post-secondary transition program, formerly called Summer Transitions, post-secondary transition coordinators will facilitate school-based supports designed to ensure high school graduates have completed the necessary steps to pursue their concrete post-secondary plans. As you can see, there's a wide menu of programs available to students. Students who are eligible for these various summer program supports will be contacted directly by the district or their school. I also want to remind families that the My Shy, My Future offers students hundreds of programming opportunities this summer. Families can go to myshyMyfuture.org and search for programs by geographic area, content focus, or organization. I'd now like to welcome Eva Gio, our Deputy Chief of Staff, to provide a brief overview of our key priorities for opening schools this fall.
Thank you, Chief Chavarria. Good afternoon, board members. With more and more adults getting vaccinated against COVID-19 and now expanded opportunities for students to also get vaccinated, the district announced last month that our schools will be open this fall for full-time in-person learning 5 days a week. Needless to say, after the past 14 months, we could not be more thrilled to be able to resume our normal scheduling for our students and their families. Last week, the Illinois State Board of Education passed a resolution requiring that all school districts fully resume in-person learning for all student attendance days with limited exception. To prepare for this shift, we have formed a working group of 4 subcommittees to help ensure the smoothest and safest transition possible for our staff, students, and their families. The first subcommittee is tasked with developing guidance for schools and families on what in-person learning will look like next school year. This will include guidance on health protocols, scheduling, and ensuring instructional continuity for students who are quarantined. The second subcommittee will work on standing up a virtual academy, which will serve as a centralized remote learning option only for students who are medically fragile and at risk. We are excited to welcome all students back to school full-time in the fall, minimizing the need for a large-scale remote option. Given all we have learned this past year with regard to remote learning, it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't use this knowledge to be more innovative in how we approach providing students with high-quality academic programming opportunities moving forward. So we developed a third subcommittee tasked with developing ways to allow students to virtually take supplemental courses that are not offered at their schools, enabling greater access to advanced coursework, such as AP courses or high school courses in middle school. And lastly, our fourth subcommittee will be focused on ways to thoughtfully engage and support students and families to return to school this fall. We are launching a survey next week after the holiday that will focus on identifying what our families need to return to school in person every day and understanding how many families would pursue the virtual academy option. This community engagement work is well underway, and I will now invite Adrian Segura, our Deputy Chief of Family and Community Engagement and Education, to share more about our plans for engaging with families.
Thank you, Eva, and good afternoon, board members. As Eva mentioned, the recent guidance released by ISB regarding fall reopening helps frame the road ahead, and reopening this year gave us a lot of experience that comes with learning on the job. Plans for what school would look like and what parents and students can expect will be communicated in advance because we have the experience and the expertise to support opening schools in the fall. My team, alongside others, have hosted over 20 focus groups with parents, partners, and caregivers. We plan to review the responses from those sessions to help inform our plans and ensure they're responsive to parent and family needs. To ensure we're responsive to the request, we started community engagement around fall opening back in April. We developed a planning group to lay out key priorities and principles for engagement, which include listening, informing, seeking input, involving input where applicable, and collaborating with school communities. On May 6th, we hosted a town hall meeting with Dr. Jackson and Mayor Lightfoot. We received thousands of questions from parents, partners, and stakeholders. Through the submissions, key themes emerged. Number one, parents are eager to know what summer programming will be available to support students. 2, parents want school to be in session 5 days a week. And 3, parents recognize there are a lot of transitions happening and want some assurance that things are going to be okay. In June, we will synthesize focus group feedback and adjust our plans where applicable to incorporate that feedback. In July, we plan to begin socializing so that parents have ample time to plan. And in August, we'll coordinate a variety of supports leading up to August 30th, first day of school. I now welcome our Chief Health Officer, Dr. Fox, to provide the board with an update on staff vaccination status, as well as new vaccination opportunities for the CPS community. Dr. Fox.
Well, thank you, Adrian, and good afternoon to the board. Let's start here. Every eligible person, please get the COVID-19 vaccine. It's safe and it works. This is the best and clearest way to help you protect yourself, your family, your colleagues, and all our communities from this dreadful illness. And I thank all of our staff and students and community members who have already taken this critical step of self-protection. As depicted in the slide, as of May 21st, results from the staff survey and data analysis show that at least 55% of CPS employees have received a first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. The district updates this data publicly at cps.edu/vaccination. We must continue to build on this extraordinary effort, and our 4 CPS COVID-19 vaccination clinics remain open through the end of June for CPS staff who would like to schedule an appointment. The way to schedule an appointment is online at cps.edu/vaccsignup, or people can contact their healthcare provider or pharmacy to schedule a time to get this vaccine. Supply is no longer an issue. The vaccine is easily accessible and it is widely available. Next slide, thank you. Since the last board meeting, now Chicagoans 12 years and older are able to receive COVID-19 vaccine. Right now, city sites offer COVID-19 vaccination to those 12 and older with a parent or guardian present. And many sites even are accepting walk-in patients. So everyone who's 12 or older can visit www.zocdoc.com/vaccine, or they can call 312-746-4835 to speak with someone from the Chicago Department of Public Health to book an appointment today. I'm also excited to share that CPS is partnering with the Chicago Department of Public Health and working with Chicago Teachers Union volunteers to expand access to vaccine for CPS families and neighborhoods that need it the most. We're hosting COVID-19 vaccination events at school sites across the city throughout the spring. That means 5 simultaneous events at schools over 6 consecutive Saturdays through late June. No appointments nor insurance are needed at these events, and the vaccine is free. Children 12 to 17 can get the Pfizer vaccine, and anyone 18 or older can get Pfizer or the J&J vaccine, Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The schedule on this slide can also be found at cps.edu/vaccination. And I hope everyone will take advantage or take the opportunity to get protected from this virus. And finally, crush the COVID curve. My hope is that COVID-19 vaccine for even younger children will be approved and available very soon, perhaps by the fall. Clinical trials are taking place right now to study the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines in children 6 months to 11 years old. Right now, CPS is partnering with Chicago Department of Public Health to plan for student vaccinations as younger children become eligible. In the meantime, it's important that students keep their standard required immunizations up to date. This will help keep individuals and communities safe from all those other illnesses that still pose significant health threats in this world. With that, my report is complete. Thank you.
Okay, President Del Valle, that concludes our presentations. We will now take questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
Mr. President?
Yes, Member Truss.
Yeah, this is quite a question that's answered by Dr. Fox in terms of like boosters. I was hearing in the news that potentially in the fall that you know, those of us who received the vaccine may require a booster in the fall. What's the latest update on that? And is there, I guess, some type of planning in case that that issue becomes a fact? And is there a contingency developed working with the health department?
Yes, I mean, for sure, we'll be working with the Chicago Department of Public Health and aligning with the Illinois Department of Public Health. Whether a booster is going to be necessary remains to be seen. This is not a done deal. It's not, you know, it's by no means clear that this is going to be necessary, but we'll see. And I would imagine that we would participate, we will do our part in the city's campaign in that regard as well. It will be the same, you know, it will be the usual suspects, you know, many of the same partners and perhaps perhaps others as we move forward. But, you know, time will tell, we'll see. And if that comes to pass, we'll be working with partners to do, you know, to accommodate this. And that's what I'd have to say. That's my answer.
I think I just want to say thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you.
Yes,
Comment
Member
question.
Todd Breland.
Thank you. And I guess I'll start with a comment. I just wanted to say that thank you to all of the folks who have been planning and replanning and shifting as the different guidance has changed, certainly with the new ISB directive for 5 days a week of schooling in the fall. That's something exciting. And also understanding the supports that we know will be necessary for that and for that recovery for students to return to in-person learning. So I know that many CPS teams under Dr. Jackson's leadership, teaching and learning, budget, SEL, FACE, have been working on a comprehensive multi-year plan for how to use particularly new federal funds that are directed towards what the federal government is calling learning loss and what we might call unfinished learning or addressing student social and emotional needs during recovery are to be addressed. As a board member, I've heard from many stakeholders about concerns they want addressed through this work, but I've also had a window into the very hard work that these CPS teams have been engaging in to be responsive to what they've heard and excited about the way that this comprehensive multi-year plan for recovery adheres to a number of things that I just want to lift quickly that stakeholders have also lifted up. One, being prioritizing resources for communities most impacted and harmed by COVID. Two, addressing SEL and mental health supports. And three, providing decision-making at the school level to meet the unique needs of school communities. So far, to our school communities and to the public more broadly, this plan has been rolled out piecemeal. And I've certainly heard from many stakeholders, including principals and LSE members, that they are anxious to see the full framework and plan. And so maybe this is really a question for Dr. Jackson, but can you say more about when you'll be able to share this full picture framework and plan so that our school communities can move forward with planning and implementing supports for our students.
Yeah, well, a couple things. One, thank you for lifting up the work of the team. I want to underscore that as well, particularly Shirley Chavaria and her team, Bogdana, ONS, OCCS, they've worked extremely hard to address learning loss, something that all of us as educators have been extremely concerned about during this pandemic. And so we do have a plan. I want to make sure people understand that it is a comprehensive plan. And while we haven't announced the entire plan, which we intend to do in concert with the city's plan for COVID recovery, CPS is a part of that. We have started to socialize key components that are necessary for our schools, starting with the release of the budgets in April, where we pushed out discretionary dollars because believing that principals and LSCs are best suited to determine what some of those short-term needs are. And then, as we discussed earlier today, we have a really robust summer learning plan that is underway. And our principals are, overwhelmed, as has been pointed out today, with, responding to the learning needs in this environment, closing out the school year, preparing for summer, preparing for student re-engagement, which is another plan we'll be bringing to the board. So you can see how we intend to get students back into school. And so I say all that to say that there are a lot of moving pieces, but our goal is to release that plan in concert with the city's plan for recovery, and that we will very much make good on the commitment, which is required by the federal government to have community engagement in that process. And so we've heard the same concerns, and I just want to assure the public that we will have ample opportunity for public engagement at the district as well as the local level around the use of those funds.
Yes, Member Melendez.
Thank you, President Del Valle. I join in recognizing the incredible amount of work and coordination that the reopening plan is demanding, and also the summer rollout. I have a couple of questions that I think are probably for Chief Chavaria. And it's just, although I understand, just as Dr. Jackson pointed out, that a lot of the details are still in the works and will be released in further detail along with the city's plan for COVID recovery. I wanted to, my questions pertain to the pre-K and K transition efforts, which I think are very necessary. And I would like to hear a little bit more to the extent that these transition efforts will explicitly address the fact that kids have been out of school for a very, very long time, many of them for a full year. In those families that did not choose to return when CPS made that an option. So I just want to hear a little bit more, because I think that academic learning loss, or whatever we want to call it, is very important. But also I think that particularly for children 8 and younger, there's a great need for support in transitioning back to the classroom, like we hope it will happen in the fall.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to offer some insight into how we're thinking about that, recognizing that Chief Stokes is not on the call, who could offer greater detail. But in broadest strokes, we see both the pre-K to transition, the pre-K and kickoff to kindergarten programs as both beginning to address students' academic needs as well as their social emotional needs. And that's by both balancing the day with academic opportunities along with play-based opportunities. But most importantly, by design, these programs have been designed so that schools can opt in to host them at their local schools with their teachers for the students that are enrolled in those schools, because we know that relationship with the peers that you're going to be interacting with in the year ahead, with the teachers who will be the educators who will be serving you and supporting you, can be the best foot forward in making sure that students feel comfortable returning to the classroom.
Chief Chavaria, just to make sure that I understand, so the children that will be participating in this pre-K and kindergarten transitions, they'll be with the teachers that they'll be in the fall, and possibly with the peers that they'll be in the fall for the most part?
For the most part, that'll be dependent on school and the teacher willingness and availability to support those needs, but it'll be with teachers from that school community at least.
Yeah, oh, that's wonderful. I think that's really, really important. My last comment, and this is a comment, has to do with the All-State K-3 ESL initiative, which I welcome because I am very much aware that, English proficiency is an essential piece of being successful in school. But I also want to call out something that is very much in my professional view, and that is that I hope that those efforts to help with English proficiency are also firmly grounded in first language. One of the things that I always tell my students and everybody who listens to me is that we have to be consistent in acknowledging that children bring all their linguistic resources when they walk through in our schools. And, I know, but I just wanted to call that out, that I hope that every effort that is done to help the children become proficient in English is also utilizing all the linguistic resources and wealth that they bring from home.
Absolutely. We're on that same page. And again, OISE under Chief Macias and prior leadership have done tremendous work in helping advance the understanding that students need to continue to receive instruction in their native language as they also master proficiency in English. Absolutely.
Well, thank you to you, to your team, and to everybody that is working on this humongous effort to bring us back to school in the fall.
Dr. Fox, I thank you for all your hard work. I wanted to ask you, besides what has already been indicated in terms of our efforts to increase the number of students that are vaccinated, what do we have ahead of us in terms of outreach activity, dissemination of information, partnership with CTU and with the City Department of Public Health to reach as many students as we can between now and the beginning of the school year?
Well, thank you for that question. I would say that there is a long path ahead of us. I think that we have many very strong partnerships and we'll be relying on those. We certainly do align with the city's plan. The city has a vaccination plan and campaign. We're part of that. We do our part. And in addition to the city, CDPH in particular, there are a number of other really important partnerships that we have, that we have engaged and have been extremely useful. There are many of the academic health centers, many of the health systems in town, those systems that help to operate our school-based health clinics. There are 34 of them. This is important. There are 10 mobile care providers, actually make that 11. We also work quite closely with, the premier children's hospitals in town, Lurie Children in particular. We were on a call with them yesterday about the ways that we could partner to make vaccine available. But more than that, since really the supply is not the issue, it's the communication. It's the convincing, it's the answering the questions. We've been working obviously with our partners internally. The one that comes immediately to mind is FACE. So we've had tons of town halls and outreach, and I'm calling in all the favors, all the pediatricians in town. I know a lot since I've been doing this for 30 years. They step up. They do town halls on their own. They do town halls with me. That this is a part of engagement, and I think those are the things on my mind. So many partnerships. There are many events that do happen in schools. We have clear sort of guardrails and guidelines for schools that want to, jump in with both feet, and many have. So I think those are the things ahead of us. We certainly are interested, and we've had very good experience working with volunteers of all kinds, including those from the Chicago Teachers Union. So
yes, and I looked at the numbers that you provided on staff and teachers and other staff. What percentage of our teachers now, as far as we know, because I know that there are people out there who have been vaccinated that have not yet informed us that they've been vaccinated. But as far as we know, what is our projection in terms of the number of teachers that have yet to be vaccinated?
Well, we can comment on, what we know and what people have been willing to share with us. In the chart, we see, we see some of that detail broken down. There are, right as of now, the ones we know about 12,000, a little over 12,000. Who have, who do report that they're vaccinated, out of a total, I see here, of about 22,000. So we're a little bit over half, which is, it's better than, I would say that's better than par, in the US. Just a little over 50% of adults have received a first jab. So we're ahead of that. And I do think that has something to do with partnership, and with the fact that we've put up our own 4 CPS vaccination sites to make it easier for people. But this is a this is a baseline. I think the actual number is significantly higher. But the story about that. That's
yes,
what I know.
But CTU has encouraged us to reach out and get more students vaccinated.
Yeah.
I'm encouraging CTU to help us reach our teachers and make sure that we maximize the number of teachers who get vaccinated also.
That sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
President Delay?
Yes, Vice President Rivaluri.
Thanks everyone for your work on this. You know far better than I do how complex and how big this challenge is. And I'm feeling some hope at this point. And I thank you for your big role in making that possible. I have a question about summer, and then a question looking forward more on the instructional side. In the summer, Chief Chavarria, you described how we're taking this multi-pronged approach, which sounds great given the number of kids who will need help resuming a positive academic course. Will we have a good sense of how many kids are participating, and will the educators who are working with them in the fall have a good sense of that they access summer learning and what that was like and what it tells us about where they are?
Absolutely. For both understanding student progress and supports they receive, but also for contact tracing purposes over the summer, we will have a very clear account of the students who participate in daily summer programming. And then we will also continue to bring ways to make it easy for schools to know what students participated in summer programs and did not.
Great. And then the more forward-looking question that kind of builds on that is, when kids return to classrooms in the fall, what are we doing to help them, their parents, and their teachers understand where they are and how to make good teaching and learning decisions so that we can get them finishing that learning and ready for what's next?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we want to definitely first elevate that when we think about how students are doing, that we do so in a holistic manner. So we think about both how are they doing social emotionally, how are they doing in terms of their readiness to be an in-person school, and then of course, how are they doing academically. In terms of how we measure academic progress and readiness in the fall, largely that's mediated at the school level, as every single one of our schools has the autonomy and responsibility for voting on the local assessment plan. We have provided guidance and have advised schools that they really should consider two different forms of assessment for the fall. The first would be a universal screener, something that gives us a general capture on how students are performing across the areas of reading and math, but also we're really strongly encouraging schools to use assessments tied to the actual curriculum that they're enacting. Using some pre-assessments in this manner really will help teachers not just think about how is the student doing holistically in terms of an academic sense, but how can I really support the student quickly in being able to access the content that we're going to learn together in the weeks and months ahead. So those are the practices that we're really elevating across the district to help us both understand how students are doing, communicate with that to families, but also really make sure that we're planning for supporting students successfully accessing content in the fall.
Thank you so much.
Member Rome?
I don't have any questions, but I definitely want to share a few comments and mostly gratitude that I think is really well deserved for navigating the complexity of this. I think the pieces of the plan that we've been able to see about unfinished learning really represent deep best practice that we're seeing emerge across the country for how to really support students holistically. And so congratulations to this team for digging deeply into the research and to listening to families and communities. And I really see voices of what we've heard lifted up in elements of that plan. So I just wanted to connect it back also to the celebration of Dr. McDade this morning, because I think it really is apparent too how Skyline is going to be a tremendous resource in helping us achieve that plan. And so there's just a lot in place that I think as a former principal, I would have been so excited to inherit this guidance. And I know our principals are really going to be looking forward to it. So thank you, Dr. Jackson, for saying that that information will be released to schools and that they'll play a strong role in it in the coming days. So thanks to all of you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. President?
Yes, Member Truss.
If there's no more questions or comments about the presentation, I just wanted to stick in a plug about this weekend being Memorial Day. The fact that Memorial Day is remembering those who fallen in service of this country. Also, the fact that we reflect on the loved ones that we lost during the pandemic, as well as some of the children that we lost over the years through violence. So I just wanted to hopefully, again, ask everyone, reflect upon this weekend beyond just, the usual festivities that we take without, we have with our families. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Truss. Well said. I just want to add, and really it's something we've talked about before. I feel very, very strongly about, and that is that we have to do everything possible within our means and beyond to reconnect students that have not been engaged, that were not engaged during remote learning, and we need to connect them before the fall. And of course, that's part of our plan. But that process has to involve going out into the communities, knocking on doors more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times, knocking on doors as many times as it takes to help parents, to help students reconnect with our school. And that reconnection, of course, has to be a very positive experience from the very beginning. They need to be motivated, and that's on us. We've got to make sure that what we're reconnecting them with is stimulating activity, and activity that will make them want to stay connected with our system. And so We don't know, I don't know the numbers. I know that there are different numbers out there, but we did lose some students that fell off the radar screen. And we have to find those students, and we have to make sure that that they can reconnect with us and succeed. So I know we're doing everything possible in that department, but I just want to emphasize that because I think the entire board feels very, very strongly about that. And we want to make sure that as we progress here with the use of those federal funds, that the efforts are not just CPS personnel going out, but working with our community partners, our CBOs, our churches, all the support systems that are out there, all have to kick in order to maximize. And it's time for maximize our efforts to connect students with the system and to reconnect them. If there are no other questions or comments regarding the fall reopening update, we'll move on. Board members, we will now open up the floor for questions or comments on items on the public agenda. Are there any additional questions or comments on items on the public agenda?
President Del Valle, can I
Yes,
say something?
Member Melendez.
Yes. I thank you, President Del Valle. I just wanted to comment that we are voting on a new intergovernmental agreement between the DFSS and CPS regarding preschool and programs for birth to 3. And I know that board members received a very detailed report on what has been the result of some of the recommendations that we made last year when we signed the agreement that was is still current for this school year. And I just wanted to acknowledge that the efforts that were made to follow up and even though in this very, very unusual year, there were some changes, and we will hear that in more detail, I think, in one of the summer board meetings. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the Division of Early Childhood has been done in that regards. And I anticipate that with the return to in-person next year, those recommendations will come even to fuller fruition, and hopefully will serve to improve the services that we're providing children birth through 5.
Any other questions or comments on the public agenda items? Then we will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I will begin with resolutions that do not require a vote. The first resolution, RS1, is the resolution honoring Dr. Latanya D. McDade, Chief Education Officer at Chicago Public Schools. RS2 is the resolution honoring Arnaldo Arnie Rivera, Chief Operating Officer at Chicago Public Schools. And RS3, Mr. President, is the resolution honoring Tia Hawthorne, our honorary student board member for the Chicago Board of Education from June 24, 2020 to May 26, 2021. Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with resolutions and a policy that do require a vote. RS4 is the resolution regarding elementary school promotion in response to COVID-19. RS5 is the resolution on the authority of persons designated to act in certain positions on an interim or acting capacity. RS6 is the resolution to authorize the appointment of members to LSCs to fill vacancies. And Mr. President, for the record, I would like to note that RS6 will be revised and the final will be included in the agenda of action. This revision was necessary to add 2 teachers, Catherine Shula and Isaac Williams, and 1 non-teacher, Antonio Garcia, to fill LSC vacancies at the Eugene Field Elementary School. I will continue with PO1. PO1 is to amend the March 2010 grade change policy. For the record, Mr. President, this amendment updates the appropriate titles and department names. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I will proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with a communication. This item does not require a vote. CO1 is the communication regarding our 2021-2022 schedule of regular board meetings for the Board of Education. And for the record, Mr. President, I would like to note that this schedule has been prepared in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, noting that the cps.edu as well as the cpsboe.org websites will be updated to reflect the new dates for board meetings. Mr. President, I'll continue with items on the public agenda that do require a vote. We have EX1, transfer of funds. EX2 is to approve the first option to renew the intergovernmental agreement with DFSS, City of Chicago community-based organizations. EX3 is to approve entering into an intergovernmental agreement with DFSS, City of Chicago. EX4 is to authorize a new no-cost agreement with AUSL for transition and management services. EX5 is to amend the April 2019 board report for our in motion charter school proposal and charter school agreement. Mr. President, for the record, this amendment is necessary to temporarily change the location of grades 9 and 10 from the facility at 7415 Southeast End Avenue to the independent facility at 7522 South Greenwood Avenue, beginning in the fall of 2021, until necessary construction is complete at the facility on East End Avenue. And then I'll continue with MS1, Mr. President. This is to authorize the renaming of 2 schools, Andrew Jackson Language Academy and Multicultural Academy of Scholarship High School. Moving on to FN1, this is to authorize placement of the board's FY22 excess liability and property insurance programs with various insurance companies through Mesero. OP1 is to authorize the acceptance of title of 1816 West Monterey Avenue from NeighborSpace Inc. for parking at Morgan Park High School. PR1 is to authorize the first renewal and amend the agreement with various vendors for nursing services. PR2 is to authorize the first renewal agreement with NCS Pearson for the purchase of a developmental screening tool. PR3 is to authorize a new agreement with Illinois Action for Children for parent support through the Universal Application Hotline Services. And PR4 is to amend the July 2019 board report authorizing the second and final renewal agreement with multiple vendors for the purchase of library books. Mr. President, for the record, this amendment is necessary to extend the term of the agreement through August 31st, 2022, and to increase the maximum spend authority to cover the extension period from $6 million to $9 million. I'll continue with PR5. This is to authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for the purchase of musical instruments and related accessories. PR6 is to authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors for professional learning services. And I would like to note abstentions for Board Member Melendez for Erickson Institute and Board Member Rome for Leading Educators, Inc. on PR6. I will continue with PR7, Mr. President. This is to amend the May 2020 board report authorizing a new agreement with Sodexo Magic for integrated facility management services. And Mr. President, for the record, this amendment is necessary to extend the agreement period for 3 months, commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2021. And to 2, add the FY22 maximum compensation amount of $24 million for the extension period, increasing the total maximum compensation from $239,200,000 to $263,200,000. I will continue with PR 8, Mr. President. This is to amend the May 20 board report authorizing the first renewal and amend agreement with various vendors for integrated facility management services. And for the record, Mr. President, this amendment is necessary to extend the agreements for the period of 3 months commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2021. And 2, to increase the FY21 maximum compensation amount from $180 million to $224 million. And 3, add the FY22 maximum compensation for the extension period of $48 million for a total maximum compensation amount of $272 million. I'll continue with PR 9, Mr. President. This is to authorize the first and second renewal agreement with Johnson Research Group for TIF funding for the capital improvement program. PR 10 is to amend the May 2019 board report to authorize a new agreement with Jacobs Project Management for the capital program management services. Mr. President, for the record, this amendment is necessary to increase the FY21, 22, and 23 funds authority by $20 million for a total not to exceed of $75,500,000 for the 3-year term. I'll continue with PR 11. This is the report on the award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the Board of Education's capital improvement program. We then have PR 12. This is to authorize the annual renewal agreement with Oracle America for licensing and support for the Oracle EFS system. PR 13 is to authorize the first and second and final renewal agreement with Converge One Inc. for the purchase of cloud-based call center managed services. PR 14 is to authorize the first, second, and final renewal agreement with Trimark Marlin for the purchase of food services equipment. PR 15 is to authorize the third renewal agreement with Aramark Educational Service LLC, DBA Aramark Education for food service management services. PR 16, Mr. President, is to amend the April 2020 board report to authorize the extension agreement with Kronos Incorporated. For the record, Mr. President, this amendment is necessary to increase the not to exceed amount for the agreement by $200,000 from $740,000 to $940,000. I'll continue with PR 17. This is to amend the April 2020 board report to authorize the second and third renewal agreements with Frontline Group for substitute services. Mr. President, for the record, this amendment is necessary to increase the maximum compensation amount for this agreement by $25,000 from $165,000 to $190,000 for FY22. I'll continue with PR 18. This is to authorize the first and final renewal and amend the master agreements with the AUSL leadership to provide professional development consulting, teacher training services. PR 19, Mr. President, is to authorize the pre-qualification status of and first and final renewal agreements with various vendors to provide the temporary staffing services. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes, with the exception to ER6, to which I abstain.
Correct, and I will also read that into the record after I take the vote for all. Vice President Revelary?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
And Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays, and for the record, with the noted abstentions on PR 6 for Board Member Melendez for Erickson Institute, as well as Board Member Rome for Leading Educators. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. We have FN2. This is the Chief Financial Officer report for April 2021 on the Emergency Authority. PR20 is the Chief Procurement Officer report for March 2021 on the Delegated Authority. EX6 is the report on principal contracts new. EX7 is the report on principal contracts renewals. And then we have AR1, which is the report on board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Member Rome, do you have a motion?
I do. I move for the passage of motion number 21-0526-M01 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, 5, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
This meeting will now go into closed executive session.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Stella.
Thank you.
I can hear you, Stella.
Thank you.
Stella, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, Stella?
Yes, President Del Valle, Board Member Melendez will return in just a minute, but We can proceed, Mr. President.
The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with items from executive session from the General Counsel, and these items do require a vote. The first report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Jessica D. Suissa. Second report, authorize continued retention of the law firm Frantic PC. Third report, workers' compensation, payment for lump sum settlement for colon CP McBride, case number 15 WC 1012860. The fourth report, workers' compensation, payment for lump sum settlement for Keith McCormick, case number 16 WC 10551, 17 WC 15699, and 17 WC 21830. The fifth report, amend Board Report 210127 AR5, workers' compensation, payment for lump sum settlement for Rhonda Oliva, case number 19 WC 2220. The sixth report, amend Board Report 200722 AR18, approve payment of proposed settlement regarding JP. The seventh report, authorize payment to KGH Autism Services in the case of JF, a minor by and through his and her parents versus the City of Chicago School District 299, case number 2020-DP-0207. And the eighth report, approved settlement of Mersad Spahovic, tenured teacher dismissal case. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Luciana Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelary,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with Chief Executive Officer items. These items do require a vote. The first report, approve appointment of Chief of Schools effective July 1st, 2021 for Lucila Davila for Network 8. The second report is warning resolution, Tina Johnson Hawkins, tenured teacher assigned to Paul Revere Elementary School. And the third report, warning resolution, Jennifer Klein, tenured teacher assigned to Lewis Nettlehurst Elementary School. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you. I proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelary,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and these matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with items from the board, and these items do require a vote. The first report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. And the second report is the resolution authorizing the honorable termination of regularly certified and appointed teachers. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelary,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays, and these matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I believe Vice President Revelary has a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of April 28th, 2021, pursuant to section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meeting held on April 28th, 2021 shall be maintained as confidential and not available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with the roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelry,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. And Mr. President, I believe that Board Member Tad Breland has a motion, please.
I move that the record of the proceedings of the Board of Education, of the board meeting of April 28th, 2021, prepared by the board secretary, be approved and that such record of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with Section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll
Thank you.
proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelry,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
President Del Valle.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays, and this motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with a real estate item. This item does require a vote. This is for the authorization to purchase 5228 and 5252 North Long and 5205 North Glebe for the former St. Cornelius School, Convent, and Rectory. Mr. President, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
moved.
Is there a
Second.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelry,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and this matter is adopted by the board. And Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive agenda.
Thank you, board members, for hanging in there. It's been a very, very long meeting, a long day, but I thank you for your work. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you once again, everyone.